Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the March State Board of Education meeting. We're happy to be here just a few days before spring. And for those of you that celebrate St. Patrick's Day, I see a couple of you wearing various shades of green. If you're not going anywhere, you have no risk of getting pinched unless someone in your house decides to pinch you for not wearing green. So, and I don't know what that's where that legend / ritual comes from. So maybe that's something we can research a little bit during a break and come back and be an educational moment for all of us about what that means. So we're going to go ahead and do roll call. I'm going to pass it over to State Board of Education Administrator Corey Rosenberg for roll.
Student Advisor Jackson Weinberg.
Present.
School Board Advisor Brandy Penner.
Here.
Teacher Advisor Monica Bergman Perez.
Present.
Superintendent Advisor Heidi Seip.
My microphone broken. Present.
Ryan Mann on behalf of Treasurer Reed.
Here.
Director Jennifer Skurlock.
Here.
Director George Russell.
Here.
Director Jerry Colonna.
Here.
Vice Chair Guadalupe Martinez Zapata.
Here.
Chair Kimberly Howard Wade.
Here.
And then Director Colt Gill.
Here.
All right, we are all present, or mostly present and accounted for, or noting absences. Thank you so much. We're going to jump into our board reports, and we're going to start with Student Advisor Weinberg.
Good morning, everyone. I have a love-hate relationship with starting first, but it's always good to see you guys. It has been a while. We didn't meet last month, and we had finals the month prior, so it's definitely, actually, this might be the first meeting of the new year that I've been with you guys. So happy new year. It's a little late, but it's nice to see you all. I wanted to talk a bit about the recent hate symbols that were spray painted at Cleveland High School. In recent weeks, just the amount of hate symbols that have appeared in Portland Public Schools and also around the state. I think I stand with everyone on this board condemning such acts. We passed All Students Belong. All students have the right to attend school free from hate speech, free from hate symbols. But in the recent weeks, months, we've seen these symbols and this type of speech more prevalent in our schools. And it really hurts me and other students to see this in our own community. And I think it just speaks to how we all need to start working a little harder, especially in our middle schools, educating them on what hate speech is, and really educating teachers as well how to address these incidences in the classroom with their students. So yeah, that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Advisor Weinberg. And we're going to go to our School Board Advisor, Brandy Penner.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Howard and members of the board. Well, spring for school board members means budget season. Budget committees are beginning to meet across the state to decide on how to allocate funds for students and staff for the upcoming school year. And this budget season is particularly fraught with uncertainties due to declining enrollment and the continued effects of COVID and lost learning. And in addition, many school boards across the state are in the midst of superintendent searches. So thank you to every school board member who is actively engaging in your community, learning the roles of school board service and planning for the future of education in your community. And while this time of year demands a lot from our volunteer school board members, like spring, it's also a time of opportunity and growth. March, as many of you may know, is also Women's History Month. And I love history, a little bit of a history buff. And I just wanted to kind of highlight a little bit some of the women who have and continue to play a critical role in expanding education for all children, regardless of gender, race, or economic status. I'd like to spend a moment to recognize Edith Green, She was a well-known Oregon educator, politician, and educational advocate. In 1954, Edith became the second female Oregonian to serve in the US House of Representatives. And in 1955, Representative Green proposed the Equal Pay Act to ensure that men and women were paid equally for equal work. This bill was signed into law 8 years later. And as we all know, there's still some movement to be done on that. She also led the change for the Library Services Act, which provided access to libraries for rural communities, the Higher Education Facilities Act of 1963, and the Higher Education Acts of 65 and 67. Edith Green's commitment to education earned her the title of the Mother of Higher Education and Mrs. Education. And one of her lasting achievements was the passage of the 1972 Equal Opportunity in Education Act, better known as Title IX, which prohibits sexual discrimination in federally funded educational institutions. Edith Green was unapologetic in her drive to move education forward and to ensure that all children have the opportunity to access fair, quality public education. Thank you to every advocate, to every policymaker, and every educator who's passionately committed to a thriving public education for all of Oregon's kids. And like Chair Howard mentioned, today is St. Patrick's Day. The leprechauns did visit my house last night and clearly had a great time. We had M&Ms shooting out of our ice dispenser and green and gold glitter explosions throughout the house. These mischievous elves remind us all to enjoy the lighter side of life and that it's okay to get into a little bit of playful trouble from time to time. And so often as passionate professionals, it's easy for us to lose focus on the joyous and playful side of education. We rightly collect and review data, learn best practices, and follow professional guidelines. But in this drive, we can lose focus on the joy in our classrooms. I encourage all of us to connect with students, just to remember to center ourselves in this work, to celebrate and to play. We are all here in service to students, and while we can get lost in the adult world of education, there are kids playing and creating every single day across our state in every classroom. So thank you to every educator who's making learning fun in these often difficult times.
Thank you, School Board Advisor Pinner. We're going to go to Superintendent Advisor Heidi Seitz.
Superintendent Board Advisor, or pardon me, School Board Advisor Penner and I must have been on the same wavelength. Can you all hear me this time? Oh, good. Because I have also been seeing a lot of the challenges and the negativity and the shortage discussions. And I'm very fearful about the state of education because of those discussions. And so instead, I wanted to highlight a few of the things about the reasons that I'm so thankful and joyful to be an educator, and what an honor it is to serve as a superintendent, and how wonderful it is to see students again each and every day in schools. And so just in this past week, I thought about all of those wonderful, joyful moments that happen, and I wanted to share a few of those with you. So first, today, I received a message from a former student that I taught when she was in middle school, letting me know that she's been accepted to an educator preparation program. She served as an educational assistant for a number of years, and I know she's going to be a phenomenal teacher. So a big congratulations to Sarah Silvani. I know she will be a phenomenal teacher. And I've seen the support of my sister soups across the state and nation during Women's History Month and also every month. And I really appreciate the mentorship, the support, the collegiality that we provide for one another, and the way that we work together to make the challenges of the work possible and to make those joys shared, and the way that we cheer each other on. And I'd love to see that level of support and cheer for all educators in all levels of the profession, so that we can make sure that everyone feels supported and appreciated. And then finally, last night was our hat ceremony for the robotics team, because they leave for their first competition tonight. So as soon as our meeting is done, I'll be hopping on a yellow school bus to go to Yakima with them. But the hat ceremony is a very big deal for us, because part of the uniform is the hat. And everyone gets their hat at the hat ceremony, but with it comes a lot of responsibility, because when they wear their hat, they also are wearing a lot of honor. And so that hat ceremony was held last night in our community museum, because there's a room in the museum dedicated to that team. And the team needs to understand the level of appreciation and support they have from the community for the work that they're doing. And that moment brought up an impromptu speech from one of the students, who talked about the way that he missed not only school, but also these types of experiences during the pandemic, and how important it is for him to be back together with his school family and with his team family, and how important it is that we're all together to support one another, and how important these moments are for all of us. And these are the moments of joy that come in education. These are the moments where we create safe spaces where everyone can belong and does belong. And I just really want to invite people who maybe are considering education to give it a second glance and to talk to me if they ever have questions about becoming an educator, because I think it's the best profession in the world, and I'd really encourage them to try it.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Advisor Stipe. Very, both what you said and School Board Advisor Penner are definitely inspiring thoughts, so thank you for that. Let us go to Ryan Mann on behalf of Treasurer Reed.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. It's great to see you. Two updates from me this morning. One is related to an award, and one is related to a forest, which I'll say a bit more about in a second. So the first is just a quick reminder about the deadline for the Financial Educator Award. Nominations need to be in before April 1st. There's more information on the Treasury website, and we have some really great nominees, really from across the state, but we'd love to see more. So there's a couple more weeks to get nominations in. So about the forest, you'll see in a second why this is relevant for this group. This is about the Elliott State Forest, which has been an asset of the Common School Fund for nearly 70 years. And being an asset of the Common School Fund means that it had a legal obligation to generate revenue for the Common School Fund. And for decades, timber harvests on the forest did generate revenue. In recent years, there haven't been any timber harvests, and the forest has actually been costing more to manage than it's been generating revenue, which means that it's been withdrawing about $1.5 million a year from the Common School Fund just to keep up the roads and continue to exist as a forest. So the treasurer's capacity on the state land board worked with a diverse advisory group consisting of tribes, conservation groups, timber interests, local governments, and education stakeholders to come up with a solution for how to move forward with the Elliott. And ultimately an idea put forward by the land board, which of course consists of the treasurer, secretary of state, and governor, was to transform the forest from an asset of the Common School Fund into a research forest to be managed in coordination with Oregon State University. So this was 5 years in the making. The legislature just passed the legislation during the 2022 session, which is exciting, you know, if you care about sort of forest management, which I'm sure some of you do, but the reason I'm actually mentioning it here is because in order for that plan to work, we needed the legislature to appropriate $221 million into the Common School Fund to relieve the Elliott State Forest of its obligation to generate revenue for the fund. So after an initial deposit of $100 million in 2019, the legislature just approved an additional $121 million during this most recent session. So that means this $221 million will now be invested in the Common School Fund, and distributions will be made annually to districts across the state to support education. So so in the big funding pie for the K-12 system, it's not going to move the needle in an enormous way, but it's money that wasn't coming in before that now will be going to support students for years to come. So that was an education-related victory at its most recent session that maybe wasn't reported as an education victory, but I think is an exciting development that we're happy to see supporting students instead of making those withdrawals from the fund. So wanted to mention that here to make sure you all were aware, and it's fun when land board and Board of Education work overlap. So wanted to note that here. That's it for today.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Let's move to Emily McLean on behalf of Secretary Fagan.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Ryan, for that update. That was really exciting work, and the Secretary really commends the work of the Treasurer and the Governor. And I know that Secretary Fagan has shared her support for the work done around the Elliott Forest, and explained as the newest member of the land board, she was glad to join and be able to support in the final stages. But definitely thank you to the treasurer for your leadership in that and for sharing that exciting update from this legislative session. Just a couple of updates from the Secretary of State's office. We are really proud of the work that was done in the short legislative session around the Protect Our Democracy agenda. Unfortunately, as many folks are aware, there's been an unprecedented rise in threats and attacks against local election workers. And we know that those are the workers who work every single day to protect our democracy, local individuals in all 36 counties of Oregon. And so we were proud to move forward a bill working to protect their information and also put forward penalties with the election worker safety bill that passed to ensure that there are penalties for attacking and threatening and harassing local election workers, and also to send the strong message that making harassments around our elections will not change the results of those elections. So we were proud to work with the 36 counties and the Oregon Association of County Clerks on that legislation, as well as other budget priorities to modernize and start to right size the staffing of our elections. And I say that because we have just passed the deadline for candidates to file for elections in our state. And now that the legislative session is moving forward, we also have primary elections coming our way that the Secretary of State is working on and making sure that Oregonians have all the information that they need to be able to be registered and cast their ballots. And I know I've talked about it before, but I do just want to say this will be the first year that the new law around postmarks, being able to make sure that your ballot is postmarked and stamped by election day, is counted, and you're able to get that in the mail. So that is an exciting development, and we'll be prioritizing public service announcements and education and explainers in all the different channels that we can find to make sure that Oregonians know that they can postmark their ballot by election day to have it turned in and counted. And we'll be turning our attention to that. And I'll just conclude by saying we've been really thinking about all of the educators, everyone in schools, from our students to teachers to principals and administrators, as we are headed into the spring term and so many different changes in conversations around masks and COVID. And I just want to thank everybody here on this board for all the work that you do, all the feedback that you take, and all the changes that you've been navigating this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Let's go to Director Jennifer Scurlock.
Hey everyone, it's good to see all of you. Looking forward to spring break. I cannot lie. So it's exciting, but getting through, our grades are due today at 3. So it's been a lot of grading essays and getting up early in the morning and to get things done. So great to see all of you. I wanted just to share a day in the life of a teacher. And I shared a post on Facebook that I would like to share with all of you, just so that we can just get a feel for the weight that educators carry for our students. So this was from March 7th. Being a classroom teacher is beautiful, but the heaviness we feel when our students share their stories, the deeper hidden stories, are both inspiring and heartbreaking. And today was one of those days. Today I held a precious student who wept outside my classroom door as she was reminded of the sexual assault she had endured. To see the pain in her eyes, the loss of innocence, and the heaviness of trauma was difficult to bear. And I prayed quietly and held my tears as I went back to teach my students. Today, my students began presenting their This I Believe essays to their classmates. Some of their stories exposed the pain of surviving sexual assault, eating disorders, loneliness, suicide attempts, the loss of a loved one, mental illness, the loss of faith, and the pain of a challenging divorce. And as they stood in front of me and their peers, they courageously shared their truth through writing. Today, students came to see me during my prep period, during lunch, and after my final class. Some are in counseling, no longer living at home, dealing with the pain of an absent parent, and some just wanted to give their oral presentations to me in private because they have written something that they are not ready to share with their peers. Yet through all of the adversity that my students have and continue to face, they are finding their beautiful voices, the strength that they did not know they had through their own words, their testimonies, and it is beautiful. This is why I teach. I just want to encourage all of us during this time. There's a lot of stories that teachers carry, and we do not take those stories lightly from our students. And one of the beautiful things about being a language arts teacher is that students share their stories in private, and I learn a lot about the burdens that they carry. The hardest part about that is that I carry those burdens with me every single day. I cannot tell you how many times students have come to talk to me in private in just the past 2 weeks of just sharing what's really going on in their lives, the brokenness that is there and the triumphs that are there, getting into their dream school, getting the scholarship they have been anticipating and really wanting to get. But they're beautiful, amazing individuals. My encouragement to us as a board is that we do not forget and we do not underestimate the burdens that educators carry. And that when educators stand in the gap for kids, sometimes that results in sleepless nights. Sometimes that results in crying in the car on your way home as you're praying and asking God to give you wisdom on how to help a kid who just admitted that they tried to kill themselves. And they're trying to figure out how to get back into the so-called real world and function as a normal kid. These are the burdens that we carry. So as we stand up as a board and as we speak about public education, we can talk about reading, writing, and arithmetic. All of that is appropriate. But we need to also talk about the importance of wraparound services, mental health support, providing food and for kids to make sure that they have food for breakfast and for lunch, even providing programs to make sure that kids have food for the weekend. We need to also remember that there are kids who didn't know that they could go to college, that was even an option for them, and that we must be intentional, elementary, middle school through high school, to reach out, encourage, and uplift kids so that what they don't know doesn't hold them hostage later in life or at the end of their senior year. This is why we teach. This is why we advocate. And I hope that we will never lose sight of that in the role that we have here on the state board, as well as the role we have in our communities. And that's what I wanted to share today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Scurlock. Let's go to Director George Russell.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thanks so much for those words. They are very touching. I have to admit that I've been spending most of my time lately in physical therapy, so I haven't been doing a whole lot. But I do want to take this minute in light of some of the things that we see happening around our country. But first of all, before I do that, I want to just send out my thoughts and prayers to the people of Ukraine and let them know that most Americans are with them and wishing them very well. But I also want to say that in light of some of the things that we've seen around our country that impact education, coming from either state legislatures or state boards of education, and some of the decisions that they are making that will impact the kinds of things that Director Scurlock is talking about, that Advisor Jackson is talking about, and what is happening for our kids in our schools and their families. I want to take a moment to appreciate that while we may not have a perfect system here in Oregon, that we have one that at least seems to be making a real attempt to connect with our local communities, our local school districts, our state, and so forth. So I want to first start with a shout out to ODE and the work that they've done through this crisis around the pandemic. It's been a long 2 years, and the work that they've done and the leadership that they've provided has been just tremendous. So I want to thank them. And this state board for the work that they have done to make sure that we continue to keep our students at the forefront and that we do what's best for kids. Our local legislature and school boards, in spite of some of the challenges that are happening locally and in this state, continue to even in the most recent session, put children and families and students first. And then I want to particularly put a shout out to Dan Farley for the work that he's been doing. I know that a couple of others of you sit on the assessment committee with me, but Dan Farley's just been tremendous in providing information and keeping us informed as we move along with that process. And then lastly, I want to send a shout out to Secretary of State. She was the keynote speaker at our NAACP Freedom Fund, annual Freedom Fund dinner a week or so ago, and just did a tremendous job and had folks on their feet clapping and really appreciating her and the work that she's done and the commitments that she has to the elections and making this state a better place for all. So a shout out to her and the great work that she's done. That's my report.
Thank you, Director Russell. We're going to go now to Teacher Advisor Monica Bergman-Perez.
Good morning, everyone. There's such a fluid conversation of celebration and hope with spring coming, and listening to Director Scurlock talk about her connection with her students and building a safe container for them to be okay sharing things that are difficult to share and talk through is so beautiful. It makes me reflect on the fact that I have the honor of working with a great range of ages. I'm a speech pathologist with birth to 5, and I connect with the families. And this spring has been very difficult for so many families. I want to highlight the importance of connection and the importance of building relational trust. And from those two pieces, modeling those two pieces in our educational system and reinforcing them over time, and letting people, families, children, college students, everyone know that it's okay. You're showing up as you are, and sometimes you don't feel so okay, and that's okay too, right? Let's meet people where they are without judgment. Spring's in the air. We have outdoor play, fresh air, sunshine. We're stretching all the winter kinks out. It's a time for us to rejuvenate and to regenerate. And it's a time of transition. It's just as the bulbs are starting to push through their skins and greens are sprouting up from the earth and the blossoms are, well, on the other side of the Cascades, they're mostly blooming. In Bend, they're actually starting to bloom already too. Just as those are doing that, we can do that and bust through some of our protective skins into a space of that new bud of vulnerability and transformation, inviting transformation. And circling back to the fact that this comes from a base of connection and trust. And from there, we can do this deep transformational work. It's through fierce conversations and openness to discuss that we can create meaningful change. I read something recently that struck me, and I wanted to share it with the board. There was an individual who stated that they were like a dressing room where people can try on their most authentic selves. And it makes me wonder, how would that feel? Not only to offer this dressing room, but what would it feel like to really step into that dressing room? And who are your trusted few? So our relationships, these critical connections, these are what lay the foundation, what lay the framework for us to be able to embody the just and the liberated worlds that we long for. So let's just see how this ripple moves well outside of and beyond ourselves in the world. I invite you to explore that just a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Teacher Advisor Bergman Perez. Let's move to Director Colonna.
Thank you very much, Chair Howard Wade. I also want to second what Director Russell said about Ukraine and the braveness of which the citizens, against all odds, are showing to us how at times we take democracy for granted and how difficult it is to make it work. Maybe the most difficult governing system, but the best. And in the long run, my philosophy of life is that good will always overcome evil. I know that there's several ways for us to contribute monetarily and otherwise, and their fight is also a fight for us. I can't imagine what it would be like to all of a sudden leave your home and everything that you've had for the majority of your life with a small backpack, or maybe a suitcase, leaving pets and worldly possessions behind, and in some cases, family members in many cases. I believe in sending positive vibes across the world to help others, and this is a time like we have never seen, most of us, in our lives. It is a fight for good over evil, and it's an incredible thing to witness. I also want to thank each of you for the good words that you pass on to us today. Your insight, your involvement, your efforts are very, very important, and it's great to be a part with you. The majority of what I'd like to mention today is about the responsibility that Director Russell and I have to represent you at the OSBA monthly board meetings. And the board meeting in February and the board meeting in March is what I'd like to report back to you. In February, the meeting opened with the OSBA talking about the elections of their new officers and board members. And there's two dates that I'd like to give you for your consideration. Each of you have the opportunity to go to OSBA events. The first one I want to mention is July 8th through 10th. It's the summer board conference in Bend, and I believe it's going to be at Sun River. And I also believe that it will be both virtual and in person. So July 8th to 10th, there's some summer board conference. I've been to them before, and I highly recommend it to you. The even more important one I'd like to stress to you is the annual convention in Portland. And that is going to be November 10th to the 13th. It will be at the Marriott that is along the river. And that particular convention from November 10th to 13th is one of the events of the year that I think we can gain maybe the most information about being responsible board members and hearing what's going on across the nation in public education. So highly recommend you put that on your calendar. It's interesting that OSBA in talking about finances, indicated that they have not raised their dues in over 20 years. So from year to year, OSBA has kept their same dues membership to all of the school districts and ESDs in the state. Rather than raising their rates, they're looking at ways of raising revenue through the services that they provide. A large part of the February meeting went over OSBA's call for equity document, and they spoke quite a bit about it. I just want to mention a couple highlights because I know how important equity is for each of you in your everyday work and our collective work as a group. OSBA's mission is to improve student success and educational equity through advocacy, leadership, and service to Oregon. I think that's a really, really strong and powerful mission statement. Their plan for their staff, the board, and school board members is to learn and model equitable practices in their work, to acknowledge and support the unique character and needs of each of the 197 school districts in the state, and to amplify the voices of all communities in statewide decision-making. So a really strong effort coming from OSBA to mirror much of what we do. They're a wonderful partner for us. They went over all of their operating agreements and put forward new operating agreements. And then in the March 5th meeting, they went over their yearly financial audit, and the audit came out favorable. It is interesting to note that OSBA has a $50 million trust fund that was given to them, I believe it was in the early 90s, when they used to run health insurance for, I think it's school districts across the state. And that was stopped, and that money was pooled, and it was put in an investment trust. And now OSBA has that money to draw on that keeps them not having to raise rates and fees for services. It's unique across the nation. And so OSBA revenue per year this last year was over $14 million, but only 8% of that came from dues. So very, very positive, good financial setup. One of the biggest issues, and I know some of you are quite aware of this and others may be not so, I'd like to mention it to you because it is an occurring situation that you'll be hearing more about. But they discussed their relationship with the National School Board Association. And many state associations have voted to leave the National School Board Association, and they're down to only 24 states currently still in the National Association. I think some of you know that this was caused by a letter sent to President Biden in which NSBA asked for federal help in dealing with threats, harassment, and violence targeting school officials and board members, and said some of the action could be classified as domestic terrorism. This caused a number of Republican lawmakers and conservative groups to react very, very negatively to this. And they indicated that because they were speaking about things like masks and vaccination mandates, that these parents who were speaking out were being labeled as terrorists and criminals, and that this letter was an attempt to silence public comment and to use federal responses such as the FBI to be involved. Well, what we see here is playing out again at the national level of the points of view that are so disparate between two sides of belief. And so there is a new organization that's come forward now called the Confederation of School Board Associations. And it is drawing some of the more conservative states in the union, their state association, to join that. There is some question about the viability of NSBA moving forward. And at the present time, the Oregon School Board Association is working and discussing this and watching it and determining what its direction will be. Interestingly enough, the executive director, Jim Green, has been asked to see if he can bring the sides together and work out some kind of agreements for the future. And Jim Green is very, very highly respected at the national school board level. So it will be interesting to see how that goes forward. Also, the results of the legislative session were discussed, and OSBA has looked at their governance model, and they've decided that they have this big spider web of communications that has become unwieldy. And part of it is because they have 15 separate committees that are set up and reporting back. And they've decided that the structure needs to be simplified. And so they have gone from 15 committees to 5. And I thought in these times when we keep making things more and more complex, simplicity may be the way to go for us to unite our efforts and be most effective. I'd like to just mention a few of the items on the agenda today that I appreciate. One of them is the updating and more equitable tag identification rules. Very happy to see that. Really appreciate the outreach and partnership that the staff did to come up with the research-based tag new rules. And I also am happy to see when we do things like this and we change, that we also are able to support the districts with the implementation of the new rules. And that is a part of the tag rules moving forward. Also, definitely support the 0.5 diploma requirements for civics for graduation. That's Senate Bill 513. I believe many parents and communities across the state and educators see that, especially in these times, that's an important adjustment. And then finally, I'd like to say I'm very happy to see the program quality standards for remote learning on the agenda. Certainly an area that needs to be looked at and done as well as we can. And I think this is a good effort. Look forward to our day together. It's always an honor to be with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director Colonna. That's a very great high-level view of the work that we're doing, and it's wonderful to put this in context. And thank you also, you and Director Russell, for representing our body at the OSBA meetings on a regular basis and then reporting back. We really appreciate that. I'm going to move now to Vice Chair Guadalupe Martinez Zapata for board report.
Gracias, Presidenta Howard. Buenos días, muchas felicidades a todos los niños que en estos días empezarán sus próximas vacacioncitas de primavera. Que disfruten con todo su corazoncito. Los quiero y les mando un abrazo fuerte, fuerte. Y a los maestros y personal de las escuelas, miles de gracias a todos ustedes por su lucha diaria. Gracias, directora Scurlock. Les aprecio y admiro muchísimo. Feliz Día de la Mujer. In the last few months, we have seen the fear that progress can incite in our society from the very people who clamor at uncivility. As an educator of multicultural issues, Latinx studies, and general ethnic studies, in addition to personal experiences from the time and age that I can also barely remember, I'm always digging through the insurmountable body of evidence that documents the reactionary, regressive, and retaliatory movements that have been like automatically packaged as part of the cycle of civil rights and human progress. The murders of iconic civil rights leaders didn't happen randomly. Segregation wasn't an accident, rather retaliation to the quick and amazing progress of Black people at the onset of Reconstruction, also known as the Redemption Era. The present time is no different. 2 days ago, I read an article in the education section of Oregon Life that came from the Bend Bulletin, and I'm going to quote. Every time Eli Prather heard the racial slur yelled in Bend, Oregon, in Bend High School's crowded hallways last fall, he knew it was directed at him. The 14-year-old freshman, one of the school's few Black students, never saw who said it, but other students didn't seem to care as they passed him. Nobody's really paying attention because it doesn't affect them, said Eli, who identifies as queer. By semester's end, he asked his mother, Chelsea Adamson, to take him out of the school and place him in hybrid learning. She did. It's obviously not a single isolated event, Eli said. It's obviously a really negative pattern, yet no one takes it seriously anyways. The bulletin obtained data showing reported incidents of bias for Central Oregon's 6 school districts. Since September, the districts have reported 148 incidents involving bias against different identities and beliefs, including sexual orientation, sex and gender, immigration status, ethnicity, and religious beliefs. A few weeks ago, I was made aware of an anonymous incident in another Oregon community where a student, after 3 years of harassment, intimidation, and finally assault due to his sexual identity, was placed on suicide watch. The details of this case to me are gruesome. The student hasn't even made it to high school yet and has already changed schools 3 times because they and other families like theirs are consistently left to fight an unfightable, not an unwinnable, an unfightable battle alone, with the onus for safety placed on them. It took me 2 days to be able to even think anything coherently after I heard about this, to be able to look in the mirror and then ask myself how I failed. What could I have done to stop this from happening? Then there's my hometown. Newburgh School Board majority has successfully passed a retaliatory and regressive policy that has caused a mass exodus of staff. Even the only BIPOC on the board recently resigned due to the emotional toll. They have signaled to historically marginalized students that they are not welcome, and similarly signaled to emboldened bigots imbued in a fragility well associated with privilege that they have a right to continue marginalizing and externalizing their hatred for what doesn't fit their narrow value set, different sexual identities and skin color. That's their value set. The board majority is gloating, over the top proud of their accomplishments. This is called abuse of power. Hermiston School District, one of the highest Hispanic serving districts in the state, and one with 0 BIPOC administrators, as of the last report I read, recently made the decision, sanctioned by their school board, to eliminate the remaining elementary native language literacy classrooms. Rather than the culturally responsive approach to teaching that every educational state agency has sanctioned, I mean, didn't we just pass legislature on linguistic inclusion? And this district has chosen the plantation mentality of education, which has kept many Latinx and other BIPOC students at a constant equity gap. Anytime we see a tiny breach of hope, the reactionary policies, measures, and retaliations come swarming in. The fear of loss is so great for folks who rarely, if at all, have had to grapple with systemic inequity, that the thought of equity immediately signifies less for me, instead of every student is taken care of. Our response, well, unfortunately, pragmatically speaking, that has been hardly better. We have standards, yes, policies, legislation, national and local, rules, toolkits, and still the accountability of localities, boards, and school districts continues to fail the historically marginalized student populations. Districts, for example, are given the opportunity to address their deficiencies. It is, after all, a just and equitable practice for the success of the entire school systems and their students. We call this restorative justice, a means and a goal of rectifying harm and insufficiencies. And the students like those described above, how are they being made whole? If that weren't enough of a sign of a failed stopgap, the standard for treating BIPOC students is still punitive. One shown by persistent suspension and expulsion rates at a higher proportion than their white counterparts. As of 2018, according to US Civil Rights Office statistics. It seems the double standard practices we've carried in our societal DNA for decade upon decade are much more difficult to overcome than one might think at first glance. ODE and this board has made impressive changes and a commitment to equity in education. Thank you, Director Russell, for those shout outs, because recognition and celebration is key. And not just to us, to the children as well. I've heard these changes. I've witnessed them. I've advocated for them. And none of that means much if students are still actively and maliciously being persecuted. We can still change things. We can and need to, as a department, as a board, hold districts equally responsible for their regressive policies and actions. This is our responsibility. If 148 students in Central Oregon are not being made whole, then a whole district is not to be counted as whole. I am asking us to find a way. If our Division 22 assurances are a means to accountability, then make them a means to accountability. Public education is being targeted by hate groups, by radicalized anti-progress, anti-equity movements and antics. Yes, further pressure from state agencies may mean even harder times for public education. And public education has already lost if we fail to make those students above whole. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Vice Chair Guadalupe Martinez Zapata. Wow, as always, I am in awe of the magnitude of knowledge and heart and commitment and understanding that this group brings to our board reports on a regular basis. So I don't want to repeat anything that we've already heard. I want to let it sit. I do want to add that in April, we look like we might be able to have a report from Deputy Director Urbina and Director Colt Gill on the Oregon Department of Education's work with OSBA, COSA, Western States, Oregon DOJ, and others on the issue of violent threats against school officials and teachers. So wanting to acknowledge that there's work happening and have this body of individuals here, more information about that. Our student advisor, Rochelle Zavalaza Alarena, was not able to be with us today. However, she did send an email that I want to share some thoughts from. I'm actually just going to read her comments so we can bring them into the space with us today. So many schools have been dealing with student behavior over social media. There have been many cases where student safety has been a concern because of certain comments online. As we continue to adjust with this school year, we all need to remember to reach out to friends and peers and ensure that social media spaces are safe spaces. The second point that she wanted to make, or issue she wanted to bring up, is that Oregon is not requiring masks in public spaces anymore. While this is a step for normalcy, she encourages everyone to respect those who still wish to wear a mask. And third, we are halfway through the second semester. It is inspiring to see the hard work of students. Students at the high school level are continuing with their exciting activities, while seniors are awaiting college decisions and financial aid letters. As we head into spring break, she encourages everyone to enjoy these last couple of weeks because the end of the school year is approaching. Yes to all of that. It brings us full circle to where we started this morning, talking about the color green and the coming of spring. I think the first day of spring is Monday. And I reflect on the color green, the special color of green that comes out this time of year in this state of ours, because we have trees that are evergreen. But if you notice, even the evergreen trees will have this bright green new shoots that come out on their branches. And then, of course, there is the bright green of new leaves and the blossoms of our flowering trees. The crocus, the first usually to arrive, have arrived. The daffodils, the second to arrive, have bloomed, but they're bright yellow. And the tulips and the hyacinths are on their way. Those are the sort of the bulb flowers that always signal to me this coming of spring. And in the face of all that you have already mentioned, that are concerns and challenges, that are the weight of the world on the shoulders, that are the terrible atrocities that are happening in the Ukraine, we have this promise every year that spring will come and these colors will bloom, and there will be an infusion of evolution as we evolve into this next season. And that can bring us some hopefulness and the feeling of hope. I also want to note and thank you to the members of various school boards like ours and at the Corbett School District, who have put up signs all over our school with a variety of different students, a multicultural look of our state, some wearing masks and some not wearing masks. And underneath it, it says, masks, okay, no masks, okay. And that is the message that they are sending for our students, because we need to be respectful of those who continue to wear masks to protect family members at home, to protect their own immunocompromised selves. And we also need to be respectful that the emergency has been released and the mandate has gone down, and for those who choose to no longer wear masks as well. And I appreciate that sentiment in our schools. And I wish that kind of sentiment would, in fact, evolve into the same kind of sentiment around all of the things that we are divided about. That we can say, this, okay, that's your feeling, that's your experience, those are your values. This, from me, my values, my lived experience, also okay. We are all okay, and we each bring an individual perspective on the world, and it behooves our students to learn how to be together in that way. And then the last thing I'm going to say, which may be controversial, I'm African American, 4 or 5 generations back. We can trace our roots all the way to the first person who came over from Africa as part of our family, and our family tree was a woman, to a plantation in Mississippi. And the family that owned my ancestor was an Irish family. And so we have Irish in our blood. It is a part of our history that we don't like to talk about, but we should acknowledge that African American families that have been here for multiple generations have more than African blood that runs through them. And so when I wear green, I am both acknowledging that part of my heritage and my ancestry, and also the awkwardness of that acknowledgement at the same time. And I think that's the kind of thing about this time in our history, right? It's the coming of spring, and it's hopeful. Also, where we are so unsure about so many things and we're still divided. And it's that same thing. I think it's fun that I'm part Irish. It also means that I'm, have gluten allergy, but it is not also remember about our history and my ancestry. So it's both. It also accounts for resiliency, right? 4 generations, 5 generations of my family continued to persevere against oppression. And I am here as chair of the State Board of Education. So spring is here. There is opportunity to be joyful and celebrate. It is also a time of great weight for all of us. And those two things can exist in the same place at the same time. Just like multiple versions of philosophy and religion and ideology can exist in the same place at the same time. Okay, this, also okay, this. So that is my board report today. State Board of Education Administrator Rosenberg, did I forget anybody? Did everybody gave the report?
I do believe we
Right.
are good, Chair Howard Wade, and if we're not, I will take full responsibility for that.
We are going to take a 5-minute standing break, and we'll return at 10:17 and resume with our agenda. Thank you, everyone. We are back from our break, and traditionally this is where we hold space to hear from Oregon Department of Education's Director Gill at this point in our agenda. However, for this month, we will instead be hearing our director report at the end of our meeting. And so we're going to go ahead and continue to move our agenda forward. As it has been our practice since shifting to virtual meetings, we have been accepting public comment via email. And so comments received before this meeting have been made available to our board members and have been posted to Board Book. So we did want to make that announcement, a reminder to those who are listening in from the public. And we will now move on to our consent agenda. And with the consent agenda, we will call for a motion and a second, again, because of our being virtual. Vice Chair Martinez Zapata will make the agenda, the motion, and then it will be seconded by Director Colonna. And then Corey will do a roll call vote. So if everybody can see what's on the consent agenda, can I get a motion?
Yes, Chair Howard, I move the items on the consent agenda.
And Chair Howard, I will second those items on the agenda.
Great, thank you. We have a motion from Vice Chair Martinez Zapata and a second from Director Colonna to move the items on the consent agenda. All those in favor will say aye, and all those will say no, opposed will say no, when our State Board of Education Administrator Rosenberg calls the roll. So will you go ahead and call the roll?
Director Skurlock,
Aye.
Director Russell,
Aye.
Director Colonna,
Aye.
Vice Chair Martinez Zapata,
Aye.
Chair Howard Wade.
Aye. So the motion passes, and we will transition to first reading. So we do have a presentation on background check fees, and these are several OARs, which I will read off for the record. OAR 581-021-0511, OAR 581-021-0512, OAR 581-045-0586, and OAR 581-045-0587. We will hear a presentation from Brock Zaitis, who's with the Public Transportation and Fingerprinting part of ODE.
Good morning, Chair Howard Wade, members of the board. Pleasure to speak to you again. What you see here, this will be brief. What you see on your packet and agenda materials is a representation of temporary rules that we worked through at a recent board meeting. As a refresher, the content is simply to move the actual amount of fingerprinting background check fees out of the OARs and move them to a discretionary schedule that we would post to our website so that folks are aware and so that we can be responsive to increases in labor costs and increases in the costs of actually delivering the background check information to our stakeholders. So no changes since the reading of the temporary rule. This is the same rule that was presented then. We're simply asking that it be made a permanent rule so that we can continue to be responsive to these changing market costs. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Zaitis. Any questions? Oh, yes, Director Russell has a question.
Just out of curiosity, what is the current rate?
The current rate was just raised to $66 per applicant. So it was $59 prior to the adjustment. And what we determined in our analysis was due to the volume that we've been receiving, if we did not raise our rates, we'd be in a deficit of several $1,000s. So yeah, that's what it's changed to, is $66 per applicant. And my understanding is that most district partners will charge that fee to their applicants, although I don't know that that's consistent across the board, but I think standard practices for someone applying to a school district to supply the money for that fee.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? All right, thank you, Brock Zaitis. Thank you for your presentation. And that, again, was the first reading. So we'll see you back here again for a adoption reading. Now, hopefully next month. It seems like it's pretty cut and dry. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So we are going to move on to updates to Division 51, OAR 581-051-0200, and OAR 581-051-0555. We are hearing from Jessica Fazinski from the Child Nutrition Team and Director Dustin Melton of the Child Nutrition Team, and they have a presentation.
Good morning, Chair Howard Wade, Vice Chair Martinez Zapata, and Second Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. My name is Dustin Melton, and I'm the Director of Child Nutrition Programs, People Transportation, and the Fingerprinting Unit for ODE. And I'm here to introduce Jessica Fazinski, the Child Nutrition Programs Operations and Policy Analyst and Legislative Coordinator for our team. And she's going to review some technical changes we have made to our OARs related to food service management companies. Jessica, I'll turn over to you.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair Wade Howard, Vice Chair Martinez Zapata, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jessica Visinski. I'm an operations and policy analyst for Child Nutrition Programs Office. I am here today to present some proposed amendments to 3 of our Division 51 OARs. As was mentioned, these OARs are 5810500, 581-520, and 581-0555. They're part of a group of rules that address requirements surrounding the procurement and management of contracts with food service management companies, or FSMCs. To provide context to the board, federal child nutrition programs, including the school nutrition program, child and adult care food program, and summer food service program, may be sponsored by school food authorities or other organizations throughout our state. Our office collectively refers to all of these organizations, whether they're schools or not, as sponsors. In some instances, these sponsors may choose to contract out the management of food preparation and service to an FSMC. The United States Department of Agriculture's Food and Nutrition Services Agency has issued federal regulations and guidance for state agencies who administer their programs and for sponsors who choose to contract with an FSMC. ODE Child Nutrition Programs and our Child Nutrition Program sponsors are currently following the federal guidelines, and the proposed amendments we are presenting are technical changes that will align the state rules with current operations and federal guidance. The proposed changes were included in the board packet, and I'll just briefly review each of the OARs. You'll notice that the federal authority has been updated for all 3 of the OARs to reference USDA's most current regulations. The changes made to 581-051-0500 updated the purpose of the rules to reflect the federal child nutrition programs that ODE CNP administers, and it broadens that purpose to cover any organization sponsoring a child nutrition program and contracting with an FSMC. OAR 581-051-0520 has been updated to remove phrasing that exempts agreements for the provision of food without management from these rules. This is to align with federal guidelines, which include these types of contracts under the umbrella of food service management company in some of the federal child nutrition programs. And finally, OAR 581-051-0555 includes revisions that align these rules with the renewal and annual fee increases set forth in federal regulations. As I mentioned, these changes are being proposed to ensure that Oregon administrative rules parallel federal requirements and practices currently in effect in the state. When our offices presented the suggested changes to a technical advisory group, which was made up of current sponsors, as well as food service management company staff, there was a consensus that the changes were needed to mirror practices currently followed. I thank you, and at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Jessica. Do we have any questions for Jessica and Director Milton? I don't see any. I'm just sort of scanning the crowd.
No
So
questions.
if there aren't any questions, oh, yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
I apologize, Chair Howard. I just wanted to say thank you very much for the time that you take in creating the presentations and bringing them to the board. I think no questions is a good sign.
Thank you.
I agree. So if there are no other questions or any other comments, thank you, Jessica and Director Melton. And we'll see you again for the adoption reading.
Thank you. Have a great day.
We're moving on to continuous improvement plan timelines, OAR 581-022-2250. And this is Director Tim Boyd presenting from the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement.
Chair Howard, Vice Chair Martinez Zapata, members of the board. For the record, my name is Scott Nine, and I serve as the Assistant Superintendent for the Office of Education, Innovation, Improvement. And I'm really here to introduce Director Tim Boyd, who's going to talk you through, this is the first read of a small but important proposed amendment to rules around continuous improvement planning that is tied to our work to integrate guidance to align for student success. And Tim's going to present, and I'll be available in questions.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Howard Wade, Vice Chair Martinez Zapata, members of the board. Scott mentioned, for the record, my name is Tim Boyd, Director of District and School Effectiveness in the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement. Discussing this small but mighty rule change, share a little bit about the most recent submission of District Continuous Improvement Plans, or SIPs, and then offer some insight into how this rule change will impact agency efforts for alignment of programs. And I'm not sure if folks can see my screen or not, the slides. We can.
We
Okay,
can,
good.
but we just for you, so we can see it, but we also see all of your notes.
Got it.
So if you didn't want us to see those, I think you can click slideshow. Yeah.
There we go. Thank you for the assist there, Chair Howard Wade.
Absolutely.
So in rule, school districts are required to develop or update their continuous improvement plans once every 3 years and file these plans with the department. This rule change would move that timeline to once every 4 years. The most recent submission of school district SIPs occurred in 2019. That December, ODE received SIPs from all 197 school districts in Oregon, and all of those submissions were reviewed to ensure they met specific process requirements, including conducting a comprehensive needs assessment, robust data analysis, community engagement, the development of a plan that included priorities and goals and implementation activities, a description of specific components described in both state and federal statute, and making sure that submitted plans were publicly available. As noted, the shift would push these plans out 1 year, seeing the SIP submitted in 2023. And lastly, these plans have served to satisfy both state and federal requirements and are required for school districts to access the SIP budget narrative process required for federal title funds. In February, ODE and the Office of Education, Innovation, and Improvement launched the Aligning for Student Success Integrated Guidance, which aims to integrate processes for the 6 programs listed here. This alignment effort is rooted in significant engagement and feedback, asking for reduced administrative burden on school districts, more coherence in engaging communities, and has opportunities to weave reporting requirements to better capture progress and performance. The shift in timelines for the SIP is an integral part of bringing these programs into tighter focus and support and accountability for improving outcomes for students. And as I mentioned, it's a small but big change, seeing the timelines move from once every 3 years to once every 4 years. So that is the proposed rule change and a bit of an overview of district continuous improvement plans. And we'll take questions.
So do we have any questions for Tim? Yes, Director Colonna?
I'm wondering if there's any relevance for the 19 ESDs to be involved in this in maybe a little bit different format with all of the assistance that they now are giving with the infusion of funds to school districts at the state and federal level, and the greater importance that ESDs have now. Has there been any consideration at all of them having some form of this same type of self-improvement? Thank you.
Chair Howard Wade, Vice Chair Martinez Zapata, and Director Colonna. I'll take that one. So great question and a couple different pieces. So one, the move to 4 years is to build so that the continuous improvement planning process and the 4-year planning process for high school success and the 4-year process plan to the student investment account all map to the same time cycle. So districts can do that planning all in the same timing and rhythm. And we have worked with the ESDs using the TA dollars from the Student Success Act, along with additional funds and the other aligned programs to help work with ESDs to build more TA assistance to get them ready to help districts implement into this alignment and planning sequence. So the ESDs themselves are kind of ahead of the curve and at the TA side. So that's kind of part one, a very important role for ESDs, and we've been building more and more coordination to strengthen their role. And if I hear you right, you're also asking about their own improvement process and whether they do something like this. They have a local service plan process that's about how each ESD is responsive to their component districts. And part of the Student Success Act asks them to update and respond to change their local service plan in response to what comes in from district plans. So they are talking to each other, and our team does review that process as part of the deliverable tied to their ESD support, but it's not the same as this kind of continuous improvement process.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent 9. Do we have any other questions for Director Boyd? Yes, Vice Chair Guadalupe and the School Board Advisor Penner.
School Board Advisor was first, so I'll let her address her question first. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair, yeah, it's a really just quick question and kind of builds off Director Colonna's question too. Thank you for clarifying that it really puts them all in line together, because my main concern obviously as a school board member is how do I help ensure that my district staff has the most time to do what they need to do to support students, right? And of course, reporting is incredibly important and CIPs are incredibly important. And so I appreciate that you're bringing those in line to help kind of just hopefully take a little bit burden off of districts, especially our small districts, right? And I was just kind of wondering too, the timing seems really advantageous as well, considering the disruptions with COVID school years and especially the 2021 school year. And I'm wondering if this is any kind of a result of feedback or just sort of a recognition that, hey, we should get some things in line.
Again, Chair Howard, Vice Chair Martinez Zapata, members of the board, thank you for the question. I'll say a little and Tim is going to add. So this rule is part of implementing a much larger body of operational work, not a change in statute. This is one of the few changes in rule tied to our work to integrate these 6 programs that were in that slide. We'd be happy to help brief the board more fully about that alignment work. But to your point, we are 1 year ahead of when submissions are due for this integrated plan. And we're trying to get way ahead of the curve to help districts use this moment to deepen community engagement. One needs assessment process for high school success, CTE Perkins, continuous improvement SI, all one tool, all one application submission, all one evaluation methodology, one shared budget template, all at the same time. This small change helps enable that by getting all the time cycle to match, which is why it's in front of you. It's one of the few rules we needed to adjust to make that happen. But it's all with the exact intent and also with the same understanding. It was the legislators' hope and design. We had a budget note when the SSA passed and the SI passed to explore, could we operationally align these things? We're just at the moment where we've been able to make that begin to move with this first set of 6 programs. Tim, what do you want to add? And maybe you can say something about the responsiveness to feedback, because this is also definitely response to field and community questions.
Yeah, great. Chair Howard Wade, Vice Chair Martinez Zapata, School Board Advisor Penner. It's an excellent question. We've heard for many years the need to align and integrate some of these processes, not only for the administrative burden component, but also to free up bandwidth to focus on what matters. And so There is a strong sentiment as we move into this next chapter. I don't want to call it returning to normal after COVID, but like really regrouping and figuring out what is needed. We've also heard consistently that while the efforts to continue with community engagement are well received, it's often taxing on communities when different discrete programs time after time are asking folks to weigh in and convene in group. And so really, the work to bring this into alignment and then to provide the right amount of time to actually implement those plans. So again, apologies for understating or overlooking, like bringing these programs into focus. Really, that's not to be understated, but it's also, a secondary to the actual shift in rule here.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll now question from Vice Chair Martinez Zapata.
Thank you, Chair Howard. Superintendent Nines, Assistant Superintendent, Nines and Director Boyd. I hope I can make sense of this question for you. You may have heard in my board report earlier, my request and call to accountability of localities, districts, and boards. And I fully appreciate the timeline and moving these in unison and in sync with one another, all of these reports, so that it makes it much easier, eases the burden on the districts and the local work that needs to get done, to paraphrase what you indicated. And my concern is that accountability piece to the districts. How are we easing up by moving this timeline? Are we easing up on that accountability? How can we utilize the SIPs to have more accountability on districts for things that are crucial, the day-to-day work that needs to happen in service to students and the community. I love the unification also of the engagement that the community can have. That's wonderful. I am always cautious about diminishing accountability. Please tell me that this is not the case.
Chair Howard Wade, Vice Chair Martinez Zapata, members of the board, appreciate the question. So I don't think this needs to be a concern, but I'll explain the thinking, and you can make your own assessment. I'm also going to put into the chat one of the sections of the guidance that is about the reporting, monitoring, and evaluation process. So a couple of things. So first, these programs still run with all of the same structures they've had when they were running independently. For example, we're moving through the part of a high school success implementation that involves corrective action planning with districts tied to where they have or haven't met eligibility requirements. And high school success is at a farther point of implementation. The student investment account had the launch, the legislature taking a move under COVID to shrink the resources and release longitudinal growth targets and some measures. They have now come back. What this process offers, previously, each of these 6 programs had different language for goals and outcomes, had different processes of submission, and often didn't have districts lined up and how the funds tried to move a shared accountability framework, or I like to think about accountability as integrity. They do have high process requirements that have been held throughout. So where something like focal student engagement, family engagement of those focal students, the review of disaggregated data, the application of an equity lens to determine what allocations, we've held those very firmly through the first 2.5 years of implementation. We initially found 24 districts didn't meet those requirements and had to work and coach them through their implementation. When we get plan changes from districts, we require that they show evidence that they've run through a community engagement process and a planning process. But when it comes to, does this actually change student well-being and belonging? Does this change these academic numbers? we have been trying to search for how do we have a more coherent framework for districts and a better internal agency process for the purpose you named, which is how do we actually bear very, like what I say is kind of right amount of challenge and right amount of support. What you'll see in this section of that integrated guidance is by lining these things up, we help the community see more of the full moving parts. We help districts get the initiatives into relationship and their outcomes in the same language, and we build a better set of monitoring structures. But if anything, it puts more accountability because there is less like, oh, it's just confusing and I have these 6 different initiatives with language and I'm spending my time in the community even getting confused about what's trying to be accomplished. Now with the return of the growth targets, we kind of come anew back to some of the things the SIA originally wanted. But by bringing that together, along with local optional metrics, meaning districts can put forward their own ideas about what they want to be held accountable to, along with CTE Perkins statewide targets, we've tried to bring together, without changing any law, a more structural framework to support that kind of integrity. Happy to get your review and look at what we've done, but I think it's in the right place. And Tim, feel free to, if you want to add anything.
I think you covered it.
Thank
All right,
you.
thank you. Student Advisor Weinberg, you have a question.
Yeah, it's not so much a question, just like an observation. So I'm on the Portland Public Schools School Board, and I've seen as we work to align certain efforts, the outcomes and students are greatly increased. So when we're pooling our resources and we're aligning all of these initiatives, the High School Student Success Act, SIPS, SIA, it will benefit students in the long run because we are bringing everything together and having this concerted effort from all of these sources for student achievement. So yes, it'll help districts and it'll be easier for districts to do this, but it'll also benefit students. And I just wanted to uplift that as well.
Thank you, Student Advisor Weinberg. Very good comment. It looks like we also will be hearing a wider presentation on the integrated guidance at our April meeting. So we just wanted to note that as well. So if there aren't any other questions or comments, we'll move on. Thank you, Director Boyd. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Nine. Moving on to the next. Oh wait, Student Advisor Weinberg, your hand is still up. Is that left over or did you have another question? Oh, okay, great. Just wanted to make sure. So we are going to move on to our next first reading, Senate Bill 513, Implementation Civics Credit Requirement at OAR 581-022-2000. We're going to have Director Alexa Pearson, Office of Teaching, Learning, and Assessment introduce the staff who will be making our presentation.
Good morning, Director Chair Howard Wade, Vice Chair Martina Zapata, and members of the board. It's really good to be here with you today. I'm Alexa Pearson. I'm the Director of Standards and Instructional Support at the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Assessment. And I'm joined today with Amit Kobrowski, who's going to share, he's our social science specialist. He's going to share a first reading about our implementation of Senate Bill 513 and the related rule changes associated with that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Amit.
Thank you, Alexa. I'm just going to share my screen here. All right, hopefully you can see my screen. Good morning, Chair Howard Wade, Vice Chair Martina Zapata, Director Gill, and members of the board. My name is Amit Kobrowski, and I am the Social Science Specialist at the Department of Education. I was here in February of 2021 sharing with you the K-12 Ethnic Studies Integrated Social Science Standards. And today we're looking at the rule change to help with the implementation of the new civics requirement. In the last few years, a number of states have passed legislation recommending K-12 students spend more focused time on civics and government education. And in the past decade, there have been multiple bills proposed in the Oregon legislature with the intent of increasing students' civic understanding and engagement. In the spring of 2021, the bipartisan sponsored SB 513 passed the Oregon House and Senate. The law requires students to earn at least half or 0.5 credit in high school civics prior to graduation in 2026. So like the Ethnic Studies bill, this is for the 2026 school year. This credit must be earned in a standalone course such as US Civics or AP Government, rather than embedded in a course like US History. The new focus on high school civics allows teachers to utilize the new social science standards to make relevant connections to the lives of students. Oregon has adopted 4 laws that have changed the content of social science instruction in the last few years. The first, Tribal History, Shared History, created lesson plans across the content areas and has inspired social science teachers to include additional content on the 9 federally recognized tribes. The 2021 Ethnic Studies standards, which can be implemented now or anytime before 2026, but will be required in 2026, and several school districts have already begun to implement the 2021 standards and are shifting their curriculum to help create and expand inclusive narratives of our history. 2026 will also see the inclusion of the Holocaust and other genocide studies, as well as new civic standards, which is a second bill that was passed this last term. Although many school districts currently offer a class that satisfies the proposed rule, other school districts may need to shift from US History and Government to a single course identified as Civics and Government. So there's that little nuance there where sometimes courses were put together, and so we're talking about needing to shift those. And so in order to allow school districts to make any necessary adjustments for the class of 2026, ODU has been sharing communication on the anticipated changes to diploma requirements directly to districts since January. We've also provided communication through the social science, counseling, and advanced program updates. In addition, we have offered listening sessions for high school educators. We've had teachers, school district leaders, and ESD leaders from across the state able to join these meetings and share their feedback. This is the new language of the bill, which is in blue. SB 513 will require new language in the OAR 581-022-2000 on graduation requirements. The new language in blue, this important new language to be added, requires credit to be based on standards and offers specific language in section D, on the right-hand side there, on the social science domains that can be applied for social science credits. So in other words, we'll have a requirement for a US Civics course, and then those other 2.5 credits will still be comprised of those types of courses there, US History, World History, etc. This slide, filled in red here, also is language that we will remove. The update provides ODU with an opportunity to help clarify graduation requirements by eliminating old text from Division 22 guidance. And so we can remove older requirements, like the ones highlighted in yellow, which was for a much older class now, the class of 2009. So the text will be removed. It is now out of date and creates confusion for those quickly accessing the OAR. When you open that page up, you'll see all of this language, and then you have to remind yourself to kind of scroll down to find the right year, which you can see is kind of buried there in number 2. So we'll be removing this language, so it'll be updated. During engagement sessions, there were some consistent themes or questions that came up from the groups that were there. For students, they clearly want civics courses that connect to their lives and current issues. And just for a second, I'll just say that this morning, the opening session this morning, and the reports and the comments that were shared this morning, just such a great example of the kinds of connections to relevancy that we're looking for in civics. And like as a social studies teacher, I just wish more students could kind of see this, right? This is like democracy in action happening right in front of us this morning, where issues at the local, at the state, at the national, and even the international have come into this morning's meeting. And so just really important just to sort of have students see that and understand that. And that's what students really want in their civics courses as well, is that they see this world around them and they want to talk about it. And that doesn't always happen within the confines of a single textbook, but sometimes it has to be sort of ripped from the day's news. And so this is what the students really want to see in a civics course. And a standalone civics course can provide that because it gives them more time. There were also questions about the modified or extended diploma that came mostly from educators. And the change with SB 513 did not make any changes to modified or extended diploma. So that remains the same, as well as the total number of credits. So it remains 24 credits for graduation. Then there were lots of questions about advanced coursework and what this would mean. And so AP Government would continue to qualify under the new rule as it's able to align to Oregon Civic Standards. The content requirements of IB courses, unfortunately, do not align with the Oregon Civic Standards, just given the nature of IB as an international program. Does not have a sort of US civics component to it. While AP does offer US government courses, IB does not have such a course for SB 513. And all students in IB schools will need a pathway for civics credit prior to graduation in 2026, which was one of the reasons why we wanted to communicate that to districts early about this change, even though it's several years away, that they might need to create a pathway for students if they don't already have one. And then finally, the schools that were thinking about what supports would be available for teachers. If schools do not currently have a civics course, they may need some support, including things like instructional materials. Legislation requiring the teaching of civics and government, as well as ethnic studies and Holocaust genocide, has really created the need for trainings to help teachers think about what they're going to teach and how they're going to teach these more complex issues than they maybe have been prepared for in their ed programs. And so this is just an example of some of the communication we sent out, but it's just to help school districts think about which courses they might already have and would continue to qualify. These are some of the more popular courses that were aligned with civics credit, or in other words, school districts were reporting the civics credit through these courses. And so the ones on the top of the box there would continue to qualify for civics credit. Some of them are half year, some of them are full year, and then the courses below would need to be changed somewhat. They wouldn't qualify for 513 and that requirement for a standalone civics course. So like a popular one, US Government Civics and Econ listed at the bottom there, they would take out the econ and that would be a separate, probably semester course. And so here, when we're talking about the way that ethnic studies, integrated social science standards matches up with this civics requirement, we're looking at ways that, again, to sort of pull in that relevancy. And so one thing we can do is really go deeper into our tribal history, shared history lessons. Of course, those lesson plans are across the content areas, not just for social science, but within the social sciences, it really gives us an opportunity to look at things like tribal governments and tribal constitutions, and then, of course, treaties between the tribes and the state of Oregon, as well as the federal government. In thinking about Holocaust and genocide, same sort of opportunities where we can really look at the roles of democratic citizenship and responsibility, as well as rights, and how that comes along with what we've seen in societies that have experienced prejudice, discrimination, genocide. And then, of course, a big piece, and it was referenced this morning, is just this idea of understanding the way the government works, just the sort of basic structures of government. We often think about, I think we all share this memory of how a bill becomes a law. And so that piece, really kind of bringing that out and connecting that to Oregon, but really, again, just setting that foundation is very hard to think about what you would like to see changed without understanding the system of the way to change it, right? So that's also part of the intent of this new bill and rule change. And with that, I'll keep it open for any questions.
So it looks like we have a question from Director Scurlock.
Right. Thank you so much, Chair Howard Wade, and thank you so much, Amit Kabrowski, for your presentation. I do have some questions. Is there anything that so first question, is there anything that the IB program can do to support students who want to get the credit in preparation for their college courses?
Thank you for the question, Director Scurlock. I think for the IB program in particular, I don't think there's something that the IB program can do through their own courses right now. It's sort of a long process to get IB courses moved or retitled. But what schools can do that have the IB program, and some of these schools have already indicated they plan to do this, is to offer that 0.5 civics credit, like a semester course in that freshman or sophomore year. And so that would be the current 8th graders by 9th or 10th grade would want to have that opportunity. And schools that have sort of limited options, elective options in the junior and senior year because students are taking a full diploma program. That's why there's sort of the need to maybe think about that coming up in the next 2 years.
Okay. Yes, and so thank you for bringing that up. That's what I was thinking about the IB structure, and kids I know will want to complete the credits, but there's limitations. They won't be able to do it. My other question has to do with budget, and so it is a requirement, and we know that within each individual school and school districts and the high schools, FTE is always a big challenge. And so, from my understanding, it sounds like the districts are going to have to figure out a way to provide the funding to take care of these credits. Will there be additional funding to help support this particular requirement? Because the reason why I say that is a lot of schools have created like ethnic studies classes and all these kind of things to provide, to create, to help to create great global citizens as far as supporting students of all backgrounds. But my concern is that some of those programs that are really targeted towards equity and inclusion and supporting all students may be either dismantled or cut because of this new requirement. Is there a way, or is there funding that can be set aside or something to help so that those programs that are there to help students will not be cut or dismissed? So that's my other question. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Scurlock. This bill 513 did not come with any additional funding. However, because it just sort of moves credits around, it doesn't necessarily create an additional credit. The FT strain might not be as much. So for instance, in a course like civics and econ, that's a year-long course. If that course is split, it does create some scheduling issues, I think, when the way that high school schedules tumble, but it wouldn't necessarily create the need for an additional FTE. And that course that you were talking about, sort of that elective ethnic studies course, if that's in the system, that could still stay in the system as part of the 6 elective credits that students need for graduation. But, there are some, I'm sure there's some variations of that, and where smaller schools especially, it's sort of hard to move things around without creating some FTE push somewhere else. But in talking about the bill early on, we identified that possibility that this would put a strain on FTE, which is why it didn't go to 24.5 credits. It remained 24 credits, just with that 0.5, now 2.5 for the other social sciences. And then just on the piece of ethnic studies, we really wanted to do with our ethnic studies integrated social science standards is recognize that some schools would not be able to offer an elective ethnic studies course. And so the reason for those ethnic studies standards being integrated into social science was that every school, as it reaches towards those required 3 credits, 0.5 being in civics now and the other 2.5, would be integrating those ethnic studies principles, histories, contributions, perspectives into those courses. So every student in Oregon will receive that education.
Excellent. So that is, okay, thank you for clarifying that. So that is the expectation, that ethnic studies will be incorporated in the 2.5 credits. So that will not be lost, just in case there's pressure to eliminate ethnic studies or things like that because of a budget crisis. Or budget.
Yeah, and I would just say, sorry, Director Scurlock, that would also, not only 2.5, but in the 3.0. So even that civics course, the current 13 standards that are part of the 2018 standards, or the Ethnic Studies Integrated 2021 standards, the 11 standards for civics include the ethnic studies principles that this board approved last year in February.
Thank you.
Director Colonna, and then Vice Chair Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to thank the staff in terms of their guidance and the implementation on this, and Senate Bill 513, the bones of it, says that this must be a standalone course, not embedded in other courses, and that this gives the accountability for the depth and breadth of the concepts to be taught in an individual class. I think that is a really important part of this, and the time is right. The guidance looks good. The implementation strategies will move forward. And I know that many, many people at this point in time have looked forward to this being a change in the graduation requirements. I can't think of anything but positiveness with this. So thanks to all of you who are making this happen.
Thank you, Director Colonna. Vice Chair Martinez Zapata.
Thank you, Chair Howard Wade. I just want to echo part of the concern that Director Scurlock has already brought up, and that is the importance of ethnic studies and making sure that that curriculum and that those standards are honored. So I have a couple of concerns. One is the watering down of that those standards, and then also the training, the professional development that needs to take place. I'm an instructor of this topic, and I get challenged by traditional departments every day. In fact, yesterday I received a page-long letter from another academic department on campus with regard to the content of ethnic studies and challenging that content from the traditional department discipline in that department. I'm very concerned about that happening at the high school level, and having teachers allude to slavery or emancipation or something or other that's already in part of traditional curriculum that will be considered or dubbed ethnic studies. How are we making sure that teachers today are well versed, are professionally capable of teaching ethnic studies in and integrating them into these into this curriculum? The civic standard is beautiful. I couldn't agree more with what Chair Howard Wade said. It reminds me, it takes me back to all of those conversations that happened in my classroom as a high school student. And I want that to be the experience that students have today. And I also know that it was a very limited scope of learning that I was presented, a very limited scope of reality that I was presented, one that always dismissed and minimized who I am, who Black people are, who Indigenous people are in this nation. And so the question is, PD, how are we getting there?
Thank you, Dr. Martinez, Vice Chair Martinez Zapata. This has been the question that has been at the front of the work we've done from when we were just meeting as a board to just think about what concepts would eventually be turned into the standards, and then as we've moved that through, this constant just acknowledgement that this is not the experience that most teachers have had in their high school or in their teacher prep program, to be able to recognize the concepts, to talk about them in ways beyond sort of the traditional ways that they're talked about in textbooks. So yes, we've been working on this. We've had a couple different times where there were funding bills for PD that moved through committees at the legislature level, including most recently. Those have yet to succeed and pass. We also have some internal inside of ODE plans for do these kinds of trainings with teachers, including sort of through the EAC as well, through region, through ESDs. We are working with OEA, with the teacher organization, the State Teachers Union, to help them as they've been hosting last year and this upcoming summer, been hosting trainings on these topics. So yes, I agree with you. There's completely a need for training, and not just a one-time training, but sort of ongoing professional development around this, and an opportunity for teachers to really work with one another and include student voice to make sure that the intention of the ethnic studies standards is lived out in those classroom experiences. And there's just a long hill to climb on not only the content that the teachers need to be able to understand what to teach, to be responsive to students. That sort of content dexterity is what I talk about quite a bit. It's just when something comes up in the classroom, to be able to address that by having that content knowledge, important. But then also just the pedagogy of sort of how to teach these things, these very hard history topics, which has been a theme of several of our recent trainings, how to teach these hard history without causing further damage to communities that have been impacted by these histories.
Thank you, Amit. And I have a follow-up question. I apologize. How about this? Not a question, maybe more of a comment. I propose that the ethnic studies standard becomes a standalone standard. I love the concept of integration into social studies. I love that we are the first state in the country to have a K through 12. That is magnificent. That is, my heart blew when I saw that in Oregon. And I don't think we're ready for integration of that curriculum. I mean, it's evidenced in the board reports, in the experiences that we are having at the local level, that preparation that we're talking about on the part of faculty, of instructors, of teachers is not there. And there is harm that is being done to these children. And we need to try to mitigate that in every possible way. My advocacy on this is that we have a standalone ethnic studies requirement. What we need to do with social studies, what we need to do with whatever other standards and curriculum we have, we need to manage that. But this is the approach that we're taking. I'm afraid, I am seriously afraid of what is going to happen with this beautiful treasure that we have been given, this ethnic study standard. So there it is.
Thank you.
Let's go, thank you. Let's go to Teacher Advisor Bergman Perez.
Thank you. Vice Chair Martina Zapata, the things you bring forward are always so relevant, and I'm very grateful for the way that you do that. In continuation, or maybe a tangential branch from what the Vice Chair was discussing, as a teacher, as one who works with the kids in the districts across counties, I feel that training is a word that's used very often. And one of the things that I commonly find that is lacking in training is what follows. Because we can read a how-to manual, we can understand the steps that are there. Until we're in experience and we're walking alongside other people who are engaging in the same work, who we can partner with, who we are mentored by, who we are coached by, these things that we learn aren't very easily integrated. I hear that the ideal in my mind is for all of these things to be integrated into everything that we do, a common thread that flows through. However, the way things work in our educational districts, I'm hearing what Vice Chair is saying about a standalone ethics course and maybe presenting some of this forward with some expertise and focus that can then be better understood, modeled, and supported in the integration throughout. And I'm wondering what component you can consider in addition to training that would help to support teachers in building this into their repertoire in teaching across the board through either mentorship, partnering, or coaching capacities. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry, so you were asking about like what program we have that would allow this sort of integration and training on this integration?
Yes, basically something that would support the training, not just a standalone training, but some hands-on continuous support program named in so many different ways.
Right. And so without funding right now, we don't have such a program, but we, as I mentioned earlier, we have a proposal for a program that I think does what I would call practice that you've just identified, which is to have a training that, with led by experts in the field of ethnic studies, but then providing teachers a model in which they are learning, they're going back into their classroom, they're trying something out around that topic that they learned, they're in conversation with their colleagues at the building level. They're talking about what's worked and what's didn't work, it has not worked. We're creating a place where people understand that this is a steep learning curve for teachers, right? So that they can look at ways to improve and mistakes that were made and come back and then do an additional training with that expertise. And so it's certainly not a one-off model, right? It has to be sort of this continuing ongoing piece, but that will take funding and some time. The recent bill that didn't pass the legislature was really about school districts that were early adopters. So school districts that may have already started or wanting to start, if there's funding available to look at these ethnic studies standards and implement them in their classroom before the requirement in 2026. So that's another piece that if it passes next time or there's a similar bill, it would hopefully work on that model.
Thank you. Student Advisor Weinberg.
Yeah, I had a couple of things to share. As some of you may know, I'm the executive director of Oregon Student Voice, and actually one of our key priorities last session was advocating for ethnic studies professional development, because we are seeing districts starting to implement these standards already, and there's that lack of training. So there is the potential for reharming students and not accurately being able to teach these standards that we will, not requiring yet, but we will be requiring in 2026. And I'm very disappointed, obviously, for the second year of lacking that funding. But I also appreciate ODE working with the governor's office to try to start that work, at least with the, I guess, lack of funding that we have, but starting that base work with the EAC. I know you talked about that. I've seen the behind the scenes work with all of that, and I can say I really appreciate starting that work without the legislature's financial support. I also wanted to share that I feel like we can have both and from Vice Chair Martinez Zapata. I would love to have a standalone course requirement for ethnic studies, but I think we need that continuous learning K-12 about ethnic studies, because really the practices and social understanding is really starting in middle school. And a lot of the time we see hate speech starting to crop up and coalescing in middle school students. And then we see that in outcomes in high school students. So while I would love to have ethnic studies as a standalone course in high school, I think we definitely need to have that ingrained K-12 for that very reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Advisor Weinberg. I'm just going to add from the comments that you wrote, because not everyone can see the comments, that you noted that it's been 2 years. The legislator hasn't passed funding for ethnic studies professional development for 2 years now. So I just want to make sure that we added that to your comments as well. Thank you, Student Advisor Weinberg. Let's go to ODE Director Gill and then Vice Chair Martinez.
Great. Thank you, Chair Howard. And always a little bit dangerous to come in partway through a conversation. So I hope I'm not repeating something that others have said. And I have a lot of agreement with what members and advisors have brought forward around the need for ethnic studies training and frankly materials as well. That's been one of the challenges, is that a lot of the social sciences curriculum out there don't have the materials in place that meet our ethnic studies standards. So I think there's a need for both. I just wanted to reiterate that the State Board of Education, the Department of Ed, on our own cannot just develop the training and require it among school districts, because it does need to be funded and we don't have access to those funds. So we have named for several years in a row to the legislature that for our ethnic studies standards to be effectively implemented in schools, that we do need funds for professional learning, and that we need funds for materials. This last session, a group of folks did try to get some of those funds started for early adopters. Again, the ethnic studies standards are open for use by school districts, but are not yet required. So there's a little bit of time before that happens. Amit and Alexa and Jennifer and the team, in partnership with the Educator Advancement Council and Teacher Standards and Practices Commission, are developing a policy option package funding request and legislative concept that we will bring forward into the governor's recommended budget, whoever that governor might be, next fall, to request those funds again. And the legislature is expecting that request. So we've had many conversations with the co-chairs of the education subcommittee of Ways and Means. They're expecting that to come forward. They're supportive of the funding for this purpose. So I think that we will make more headway there. And then I just wanted to touch quickly on one piece of this particular item before you today on the civics piece, that the integration for civics is possible, integration for the ethnic studies portion, and the fact that Oregon has the first in nation kindergarten through 12th grade, that's a requirement of that process. So we can add to both of those. So we can add more integration to civics across grade levels. That is something that the state board has the ability to do to create more standards. And we can also look to requirements for standalone ethnic studies courses at the high school level in relation to graduation requirements. Those are all possibilities that you can discuss in the future. But right now, what's been delivered is what's been guided by the statute that the legislature passed.
I add one more piece on funding to add to Colt, to Director Gill, that one more piece is just our ESSER 3 funds that we are using. It's our federal funding. We are developing some of the set aside money for the state. We are developing some ethnic studies resources that will be open education resources, which is a next presentation, but will be available to all Oregon educators for free. So we'll be working with teachers on developing those. Again, that's part of our ESSER 3 set aside funding that we're going to be able to develop some materials, and that's for early adopters who are ready to start this integration work.
Thank you, Director Pearson and OD Director Gill. It looks like we have 3 more hands. We have Vice Chair Martina Zapata, and then we'll go to Superintendent Advisor Sipe, and then back to Teacher Advisor Bergman Perez.
It's an important topic. We're on a roll. Thank you, Director Gill, and Amit and Alexa. I just want to go back and circle, and you know that I'm a huge proponent and have been advocating for this type of change, Director Gill, with the Education Recovery Committee and the Racial Justice Council. Here's where I think we create pitfalls and perpetuate this conundrum of always having to do and not having the funding, having to do the training at this level of teachers, because we currently don't have educational preparation programs at the university levels or teacher prep programs that are providing the type of instruction that is culturally responsive instruction. Their teachers are getting prepared and they're exiting their education prep programs without this content knowledge. They don't have, they have a minimal, I won't say they don't have, they have a minimal amount of training in those programs. If we don't create those additional standards that you're speaking of, Colt, if we don't create this standalone standard of ethnic studies, it's going to be a perpetual problem we won't pressure the teacher prep programs to have education that prepares teachers for the day-to-day work that they need to do. And we're going to continually remediate those teachers at this level, and we don't have money to do that. And so we need to figure a way to create the standards in both ways, in both cases, as Student Advisor Jackson pointed out. It can't be just a standalone. No, I'm not suggesting that. The integration, kindergarten through 12, plus the standalone, that just like a mathematics standard has now demanded that every teacher come out of college prepared to teach mathematics or English language arts, or rather language arts now. So that is the importance of this. I appreciate that we can tighten the standards and have this embedded in the civics, in the social studies, K through 12. And we also need to have a more solid way to make sure that teachers are coming out prepared so that we don't run into the circular problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Superintendent Advisor Sipe.
Thank you. I hear every single thing that is being said, and I cannot agree more with the emphasis on the importance of this work. My fear in implementation comes in thinking about some of our smallest districts, and also in thinking about some of our pipeline challenges, and knowing that while in an ideal world, this work for training would fall on the universities, know that it will actually fall on districts. And so many of our teachers are coming in for alternative pathways, and many of them are going through out-of-state licensure programs for their master's programs, and they will never enter an Oregon teacher prep program, a huge number. And so the responsibility of getting all of the teachers prepared for this very important work will fall on the school districts. And so I just want to be certain that I add in the need for making sure that we are ready to support at very high levels, because as discussed numerous times in this conversation, the importance of doing the work well is so crucial, absolutely crucial. And I don't want people in the most rural areas of Oregon or in the smallest districts in Oregon, where if that needs to be a standalone class, that will mean that there may be a funding requirement attached because there may need to be a teacher hired simply for that area. All of those pieces come into play, especially where we have high schools of under 100 students. There's some real components of that I think we might not be thinking about as we're thinking about the broader state at this moment. And I just don't want that to get missed. It's still important. I don't want it to be a no, we can't move forward. We can move forward. I just want to make sure we're thinking about the training pieces.
Thank you very much. Teacher Advisor Bergman.
Just one last point about the timeline for this. And we keep talking about, Jackson mentioned, oh, in middle school, it's really important because in high school, and yes, these are times when those are ages typically when things become a little bit more volatile and they start showing up more. But I want to remind us that the framework, the foundation of this starts at birth. It's never too early to address any of these issues. There are so many more multicultural children's books that offer dialogue at a preschool level so that we can start infusing this there and showing that this is an important practice, giving our children, our families, and our communities the practice to have these discussions through time so that it's not just a bomb that goes off. And it's not just a tragic circumstance that brings us to have these conversations. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Since I work with birth to college, I don't feel like it's ever too early to have these conversations.
Thank you. I'm going to echo that or add to that and say that in our neighborhood, there is an American flag that has been dipped in, I guess, black dye. And many people have seen sort of our flag being, it's black or it has the stripes of blue. And it's a statement about America not being what the individual who has that flag wants it to be. And my boys, who are super excited every time they drive by and see one of those giant American flags flying, keep asking me, what is that black? Why is that American flag black? I don't understand. They're 6. And so I just want to sort of use that as a very specific example of like, how do we have those conversations? How do I explain to them, the significance of the flag and what it means, but also why some people will not, why some people take a knee and not do the Pledge of Allegiance at a sporting event, and while somebody else makes the flag black because they're trying to make a statement about what America should be or shouldn't be. Those are very difficult conversations, and definitely should be, beginning to have them early on, so that they're not difficult conversations, right? So that they are part of how we understand and learn who we are as a nation. And then I also noted from the other side of that spectrum, my senior year in high school when I took government, it was during summer school, and I took it during summer school because the teacher who taught government, his class was always full during the year. He was such a popular government teacher, and so you could never get it during the year. So taking it during summer was a way I was able to get him as my teacher. But it also happened to be the summer of the Ollie North trial, during the Iran-Contra affair. And so it was super, like, we actually, pulled in one of those televisions, before televisions were flat, they were on carts. And we would watch it live in class and have discussion about it. He also was a baby boomer, so he had a lot of articles, and that were Xerox copies. Again, I'm putting myself, I'm aging myself a little bit, but Xerox copies of articles about the civil rights movement, and also about the growth of young people and young people voice in the 60s around the flag and around First Amendment rights of free speech. And it wasn't a textbook. There was a textbook, but it was real, had happened or were happening that we were learning. And the one that's the most powerful to me still is learning about Skokie, Illinois. In California, I'm hearing about this community and the march that was allowed to happen, and understanding the significance of that as far as supporting our freedom of speech and our First Amendment rights. And so it is very, very important. I just want to echo what everyone is saying, and the fact that we are unique in the country to have ethnic studies across as a standard is just added value across the board. So I wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything else in the chat that we didn't capture, and I think that we did. And if there aren't any other questions, obviously this is our first reading, and so we can look forward to coming back to this conversation again for second reading. And we just really appreciate Director Pearson and Amit and your work on this.
Sure.
So thank you. We're going to move on. Yes.
I believe School Board Advisor Brandy Penner had her hand up. I know it's hard to see with the coloring on the screen.
It is, and there's like, I've been looking for the little electronic hand too. My apologies, School Board Advisor Penner.
It's
Go
okay.
ahead.
I mean, everything that's been said is 100% on, I think, and I agree with. I just wanted to just quickly reiterate what's been said around the importance of civic education. I think, as an elected official in my community, I'm living through a time of massive misinformation, and people honestly don't know what their local governing bodies do, what their responsibilities are, what their roles are, what's appropriate, what's not. And I think that is, an absolute indication of decades of disengagement, decades of people just sort of not participating in their democracy and understanding. And our educational institutions are absolutely responsible for teaching our democracy, for teaching what it means to be an American citizen, what it means to be a local citizen, and engagement in our politics. So, it cannot come soon enough. And I'm incredibly hopeful for the next generation, and that our children will be growing up with a better understanding. And, you know, yeah, my kids are probably maybe too much understanding on what it means and the importance of civic engagement because they see me, right? But not all parents are able to engage at the level that I am, or that other parents on this panel are able to. So I appreciate it and fully support the work, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for your comments and your questions and for a rich discussion today. We're going to go back to Director Pearson to introduce staff's presentation of Open Educational Resource Instructional Materials Fee Waiver, which is OAR 581-011-0090.
Thank you, Chair Howard Wade and Vice Chair Martina Zapata, and members of the board. I am joined today with Ajalee Moore. Again, my name is Alexa Pearson. I'm the Director of Standards and Instructional Support in the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Assessment. And Ajalee Moore is our Instructional Materials Coordinator. And as I previewed in our last session, we're going to talk a little bit about Oregon Open Educational Resources. The topic today is more in the realm of when we have publisher submissions and the fees that publishers have to pay. So Ajalee will talk about some of the changes that we're proposing, and this is our first read today. And we also, I think Vanessa Clark is also with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Pearson, for the introduction.
Thanks, Alexa. Good morning, Chair Howard Wade, Vice Chair Martinez Zapata, Director Gill, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Ajalee Moore, and I am the Instructional Materials Coordinator for Oregon Department of Education. Thank you for your time today. My colleague Vanessa Clark, Program Analyst for Digital Innovations and the Oregon Open Learning Team Lead, is also on the line to help answer any questions that you may have at the end of this presentation today. All right, let's get started. On an annual basis, the Oregon Department of Education conducts an evaluation and adoption of instructional materials for the subject area listed on the State Board of Education's adoption cycle. ODE only evaluates publisher-submitted instructional materials, and publishers must pay a submission fee in order to be evaluated in Oregon. Publisher fees are used to pay for the criteria development process and evaluation of materials each year. OAR 581-1190 describes the assessment of submission fees, otherwise known as the description of how fees are calculated for each submission. You might be asking yourself, what are open educational resources, otherwise known as OER? OER are teaching and learning materials that you may freely use and reuse at no cost and without needing to ask permission. Unlike copyrighted resources, OER have been licensed to describe how the material may be used, reused, adapted, and shared. Those permissions are known as the 5 R's: retain, reuse, revise, remix, and redistribute. The Oregon Open Learning Team is the OER work group within the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Assessment, and I am a member of this team. In May of 2020, our team launched the Oregon Open Learning Hub, which is Oregon's K-12 OER repository. The touchstones on this slide, equity, empowerment, and efficacy, encompass our answer to the question, why OER? First, open educational resources support not only equity of access to high quality resources, they also enable a shift in the power structures that have historically driven the development of educational materials by broadening access to authorship and supporting the inclusion of historically marginalized voices. In addition, OER empowers educators to make changes to the materials and to improve upon them and adapt them to their local context. Empowerment also means that educators are encouraged to share the revisions they've made with other educators who can benefit from their work, both locally and across the state. An investment in OER is also an investment in building the capacity of the people in our education community and developing their sense of efficacy. And finally, the adoption of OER can have a positive fiscal impact on Oregon districts. The presence of OER on the state board approved adoption list of instructional materials allows districts to procure OER as their basal instructional material and reinvest the funds typically spent annually on traditional textbooks into other areas such as professional development. To get started, I want to cover why it's necessary to pursue a rule change in the first place. First, and on the technical side of things, is to align Oregon Administrative Rule to Oregon Revised Statute. Next, and at the heart of the rule change, is increased access to high-quality open educational resources. Through the elimination of submission fees, the board will broaden access to ODE's instructional materials adoption process and increase the K-12 OER options available on the approved list of instructional materials each year. This has the potential to lead to significant cost savings for districts each year. On this slide, you will see the timeline that Oregon Department of Education has followed for the proposed rule change. Upon drafting the proposed revision, which we will review in a later slide, ODE conducted 2 rounds of external feedback, which included presenting to the Rules Advisory Committee. Following the first read to the board today, our team will re-engage the Rules Advisory Committee, and we hope to adopt the revised rule at the May board meeting. ODE has received intent to bid from organizations planning to submit open educational resources for the upcoming mathematics adoption. In order to waive submission fees for OER during the 2022 evaluation of mathematics instructional materials, a rule revision must be approved by the board no later than May of this year. The engagement period for the proposed rule revision has been extensive. Upon consultation with the Office of Indian Education, they indicated support of the revision and did not have modifications to offer related to the proposed rule change. In addition to the Office of Indian Education, internal to ODE, the Oregon Open Learning Team and education specialists within the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Assessment have offered feedback and helped to iterate the language for the proposed rule revision. In addition to several synchronous feedback sessions, ODE has collected feedback in writing via a survey sent to district and ESD curriculum leaders. The State Instructional Materials Review Association, also known as SIMRA, publishers of instructional materials, and the OER Policy and Advocacy Work Group. The feedback received from internal and external stakeholders has been overwhelmingly positive. In our engagements with district and ESD partners, it became clear that cost is seen as one of the main barriers to obtaining high-quality instructional materials. What we also know is that access to high-quality instructional materials matters. Inconsistent access to high-quality content impacts student learning. However, when teachers have access to high-quality, aligned instructional materials, it makes a difference in their classroom practice and the instruction that students receive. In many cases, the selection and adoption of high-quality instructional materials is a critical first step to improving student learning. The increased presence of OER on the board-approved list of instructional materials would remove the barrier of cost while ensuring that the materials have been evaluated for alignment to current Oregon standards and adoption criteria. Additionally, all materials on the board-approved list include an accessibility assurance, which assists in the provision of alternate formats of materials in a timely manner for students whose IEP or 504 plan outline the need for such. This rule revision should increase the access to high-quality instructional materials in K-12 classrooms across the state. And the feedback we've received from the field illustrates strong support of this initiative. Okay, now let's review the proposed revision. The proposed rule change would add a section 5 to the administrative rule. Sections 1 through 4 remain unchanged. These sections outline how the department should assess submission fees each year. The language within section 5 reflects the language that is in statute of chapter 337. There are 3 key components to add to that are added to the section in 5. The first is that Oregon Department of Education may waive the fee for evaluation of instructional materials if the material resides in the public domain or is otherwise openly licensed. Next, submitters of instructional materials that are OER must use forms provided by Oregon Department of Education when submitting their waiver request. Lastly, and maybe most importantly, ODE will prioritize waiver requests for OER materials created by Oregon educators and school districts. For example, an Oregon school district creates basal instructional materials for their district. Linking back to the presentation Amit just did, perhaps they're creating materials to meet the ethnic studies requirements that we know are currently missing from commercial materials. The district wants to share those materials with an open license. If it has an open license, they can submit the materials to be evaluated by Oregon Department of Education, along with a request for a fee waiver. Upon receiving a fee waiver, Oregon Department of Education can evaluate the materials without the district who created the materials paying an evaluation fee. If the materials meet the guidelines and criteria established by the board, they would be present on the approved list of instructional materials for other Oregon school districts to select from. This promotes the sharing of high quality teacher-generated materials and increases the presence of localized high quality OER in Oregon classrooms. Remember, one of the highlights of OER is that they oftentimes can be adapted as well. So those materials created by one Oregon district can be adapted to meet the needs of a different region within the state. To be clear, the evaluation process and all adoption requirements will be the same for OER as they are for commercial materials. The only change is the potential of a fee waiver for open educational resources. All right. This line outlines the next steps for our rule change. As I mentioned previously, our hope is to engage the Rules Advisory Committee once more in April and then move to board adoption of the revised rule at the May meeting. Recognizing that there is a lot going on in the world right now, I truly want to share my appreciation to the board for taking the time to listen to this item. I genuinely believe in the transformative power of OER, and I look forward to bringing this item back to the board in May. Thank you again. Vanessa and I are now open for any questions or feedback that the board may have.
Do we have any questions or comments for Anjali or Director Pearson? Yes, Vice Chair Martinez Zapata.
Bravo, bravo, bravo. This is another win for us, I think. And the more expensive we can become with open education resources, I think the better position we are as a state, as a world. Thank you.
All right, thank you. If there aren't any other comments, I saw some applause, some Zoom applause. We will go ahead and thank you, Anjali. Thank you, Director Pearson. That concludes our rule-related first reading. We're now going to transition to adoption, but we are going to move the order to stay kind of on time with our guests who are here from the Lighthouse School. So we're going to jump to the charter school waiver request for the Lighthouse School. We are hearing staff presentation from Kate Pattison, Office of the Director. But again, the board chair, John Gibson from the Lighthouse School, is here to listen and take any clarifying questions that we might have. So I will pass this over to our Oregon Department of Education's charter school specialist, Kate Pattison, to provide an overview and history of this request.
Good morning, Chair Howard Wade, Vice Chair Martinez Zapata, members of the board, Director Gill. My name is Kate Pattison. I am the charter school specialist at the department. I'm here today to present a charter school waiver request for you for adoption. Within the charter school statutes, the State Board of Education is given the authority to grant additional flexibilities to public charter schools within ORS 338. The statute states, upon application by a public charter school, the state board may grant a waiver of any provision within this chapter. It goes on to include some criteria that the state board must consider in granting these waivers. The State Board of Education may grant a waiver of any provision in the chapter if, first, it promotes the development of programs by providers, enhances the equitable access by underserved families to the public education of their choice, third, extends the equitable access to public support by all students, or permits high-quality programs of unusual cost. Over the last 20 years, the State Board has considered 113 requests like these. In recent years, the board has asked charter schools to respond to specific equity-centered questions to help the board determine if the waiver is being requested meets the equity criteria in the statute. Charter school waiver requests have posed unique, highly localized questions for the state board to consider. And this is a little different for the board, where normally you're dealing with state policy. Most of these are very localized within the context of the district or the school itself. And this process that we've set up relies heavily on the charter school to make the case for their waiver and demonstrate how their waiver will satisfy this criteria in the statute. Department staff support charter schools by providing a process, guiding equity questions within the application, and provide required technical assistance. Staff do not provide recommendations on waivers as a way to ensure that charter schools have access to the board. And it also limits the staff's role as a gatekeeper or decision maker for these requests themselves. The schools are provided with the opportunity to revise their application after initial feedback from department staff and respond to questions from the board between meetings. We think that this process allows the schools the opportunity to present their rationale for the request and give the board a reasonable opportunity to determine if the waiver should be approved or not. So today, the waiver is a second read from the Lighthouse School. The Lighthouse School is located in Coos Bay School District and currently serves just over 200 students in grades K-8. It's a Waldorf-inspired school and is housed within a former Coos Bay School District building. The school originally opened in the North Bend School District, but when it needed a new school, the nearest building that met the capacity needs of the school was located in the Coos Bay School District. So the charter school closed and applied to be authorized by the Coos Bay School District and did so. And in that process, it has struggled to remain as an option for students who live within the North Bend and surrounding school districts. Charter school law requires that a charter school first enroll students who are residents of the district in which the charter school is located. Then, if space allows, the school may enroll students outside of the sponsoring district. The waiver being requested by the school will allow the school to reserve up to 35% of the overall school enrollment to be made up of non-resident students. Almost all new enrollment happens in kindergarten each year, and this allowance will ensure that students and their siblings from outside of the Coos Bay School District will have access to the school. The sponsor district has provided a letter of support that aligns with the request by the charter school. We've included in the docket responses from the charter school based on the board's questions at the last meeting. And this waiver is presented today for your decision. I'm here to answer any questions that I can. We also have John Gibson, who is the chair of the charter school board, who may be able to answer any questions or at least listen to your discussion. And with that, I leave it to you.
Thank you, Kate, and thank you, Chair Gibson, for being here. Board members, as Kate mentioned, the Oregon Administrative Rule allows the State Board to approve waivers that are shown to promote the development of programs by providers, to enhance the equitable access by underserved families to the public education of their choice, extend the equitable access to public support by all students, and permit the development of high quality programs of unusual cost. So as we consider that list of acceptable uses and we put our own Oregon State Board of Education equity lens on, as we consider the acceptable uses, are there any questions or comments?
Chair Howard, I do have a question, and I'm trying to find the materials referenced by you, Kate, in the docket items, because the question I may have missed. I'm concerned about the request for this waiver because it seems that it may be contrary to serving the community where a larger percentage of diverse students is located. And so I'd like to see if somebody can answer that or address that concern.
So Chair Howard Wade, Vice Chair Martinez Zapata. I wonder if Chair Gibson has any response to that. I know that that's been a topic of conversation, that the Coos Bay School District has different demographic makeup than surrounding districts. Potentially, I think that's what you're getting at, and that by increasing access to other districts, while geographically you might allow for additional access, may then actually limit access by more diverse students or underserved students to a program of quality.
Yes, thank you. That is correct. That is my question and concern.
We might not have necessarily a response to that, but we might hear your concern.
Can I ask a question, a clarification?
Yes.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for the question, Vice Chair. My larger question is the demographic of this particular area. When you look at it from a very large picture, it becomes a little bit percentized. And in our particular school, we know that the difference of one Hispanic student or two Hispanic students makes a huge difference in the percentage because of the size of our school. We have always attempted to serve everybody that's in the community because the lines of the community, Coos Bay and North Bend, are unique in that there are two school districts in what would be a relatively small community. And they interlink with each other like gears. And persons of color are equally distributed. The statistics that I've seen for our area, neither school district really has a share or a lead if you mute out the data that comes in for the charter school or the charter academy at North Bend because of their size. If you just take their resident students, I don't know that there's much difference at all in percentages between students of color or underserved students. One of the areas where we've tried desperately to maintain our student classes with busing associated with our school, because they draw a circle around our school, and any areas outside of that circle create an additional expense to the school for bringing those kids in. And one of our local tribal facilities is outside of that district, and so we send additional buses to that location to pick up kids that impact our school, that have already attended or they've had siblings that's attended. So it's a really hard question to look statistically at the demographics from 20,000 foot and see them as they are on the ground.
Thank you, Chair Gibson.
Thank you. Thank you for that response. My greatest concern is the specific population that I think it could be better served is the Native American indigenous population of that region. And so I guess, thank you for the response. The numbers, of course, you're absolutely right. Diversity and equity altogether in Oregon is not fantastic or great. And we do have some dedicated offices and services in that vicinity that work with our Native students. Have you done any work or outreach with those organizations to try to better recruit, better serve the Native population before opening up a enrollment to students that from the bird's eye view do not seem to fit those categories of students or those demographics?
Thank you again for the question. Yes, one of the things that we had done when we first moved in to the Coos Bay School District was we had the late Don Ivy come to the school when we created an outdoor classroom, and we put as a part of kind of a learning element some indigenous plants along the edges to support them being able to take nature walks. So we have attempted to integrate our education in the style that we educate, which is a Waldorf philosophy. We've attempted to educate kids in not just kids of color, but all of our students in the same realm. And we continue to participate in ways to create additional learning inside the school district that embraces diversity. You're once again, you're asking almost a similar question in that there are like as a percentage, we have Myrtle Point students that come to our school as well. We have Reed Sports students that come to our school. And each of those areas have different statistical numbers specifically for people of color. And Native American students, the percentage is much higher in Reed Sport than in Myrtle Point than it is where we are over in North Bend. And we still continue to get the same kind of concentration that's taking place. And I did want to bring up, when we originally thought about this waiver, we consulted with John Bullock at RPA in Bend, Redmond area, and we're trying to figure out a way to do this equitably so that we didn't lose the identity of the school, and then took into consideration all of these students in the past and families in the past that basically are the same distance away from the school. We just happen to be housed in a different district now because these districts so interlink with one another. And we just are trying to retain what where we started at, which was a community school, similar to how the community college reaches its population here. We were just trying to do the same thing, and that's what the intent of the waiver request is.
Thank you. I see a question from Teacher Advisor Bergman Perez, and then Oregon Department of Education Director. You are muted, Teacher Advisor Bergman Perez.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Gibson, for that information. In reviewing some of the documents you submitted for this proposal, and listening to you talk about the intent behind the school, it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, that there's some sentiment in that this school was started in North Bend and then moved to Coos Bay. And it feels like there may be some ties of loyalty to that community. I also hear in the discussion and the pitch, and I'm reading here, that motivation is to also include diversity and enhance the equitable access for children who are part of the local tribe. In redrawing those boundaries, this comes up for those children to be bused more financially, so that it's not of more financial cost to you, so that they can be included in the school more. And I feel a little bit torn, and I'm wondering if that's the selling point or if that's the point of intention and deliberateness in this request. In looking at the demographics of your school, there's a 209 student enrollment number, and students of American Indian or Alaskan Native descent account for 2% of that. So that's a very small handful of students. Hispanic or Latino students are 6%. Multiracial students are 12%. The remaining 79% of students are white. And that somewhat reflects what the demographics of your area are, but not entirely. So I admire the focus of looking to increase access for equitable, for marginalized populations. And I'm wondering how we can specifically target that without just opening it up to yet another district who is less diverse in terms of their demographics that are posted based on the last census. Can you help me with that a little bit?
Thank you again for the question. Again, when we talk about the census data numbers and then specifically our school, you're exactly correct. 5 students versus 6 students versus 7 students makes a huge difference. We've seen families, not only are the change to the location where we are is a pretty significant change, like distance wise. For instance, we were originally housed in the North Bay School, which is north of town, north of North Bend by about 12 miles. We're now in the Bunker Hill School, the previous Bunker Hill School, which is south of Coos Bay, actually outside of the city limits of Coos Bay and into the county of Bunker Hill. So there's a massive difference in distance. And so some of the people that you lose, you just lose because of transportation, right? They can't make that. That's not in their normal circle. But what we've seen is that, or at least this is our viewpoint, because the school district in Coos Bay represents about 1,000 more students, it's roughly a third larger than the resident population of both North Bend and Coos Bay schools, that the incoming number continues to just not only directly be not necessarily diverse, but it's just saturated in Coos Bay residents. The location of the school really does limit us if we're trying to take into consideration Millock, which is the area where the Coquille tribe has housing, is quite a distance from the school. Now, we've attempted to mitigate that by having school bus drop-offs in that particular area, and then actually having buses go to that. But you still have resident issues in that we've got students that are already in population, and the siblings receive the same, they see preferential treatment. And so what we've seen over this period of time is that really is the key role, as these older students, which were a higher percentage of North Bend students, as they graduate, right, their siblings are not getting in because they don't have a preference. And yes, you've got families of color, they're all, no one is immune to that particular ruling. And so this condensing of the school, I think we're likely to be at somewhere around 80+% of that incoming class now coming from Coos Bay. And again, when we're talking about such small percentages as it relates to diversity in the area, we have attempted to target to make sure that we are not doing exactly what you're saying, which is finding people making sure that our educational materials are available, providing stuff to folks that would not normally see us in the school district, and attempting to do just that. And we are, I guess we're not new from a school. This is our 20th year, but the vast majority of those years were in North Bend. I regularly get questions about what it costs to come to school. And that's a pretty common occurrence, that the school is somehow perceived, even as a charter school, that there's a cost associated with attending. Not a surprise.
Thank you, Chair Gibson.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, did I interrupt?
No, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay. We have 3 more questions. We were going to go to Oregon Department of Education, Director Gill, and then Director Colonna, and then second Vice Chair Wheeler.
Thanks, Chair Howard. Chair Gibson, I have 3 questions. And the last one, Kate Pattison may want to jump in on as well, just to help us understand current charter rules around it. But my first question, I'm thinking about access for students and families who may be navigating poverty in the area. And when I look to your waiver form, it states that about 35%, a little over 35% of the students at the school currently qualify for free and reduced meals. And then it lists that percentage for some of the school districts. It states for the sponsoring school district, Coos Bay, 58.8%. But when I look to the most recent at-a-glance report at ODE, it's more than 95%. And then you state for North Bend School District, 29%. And so I'm just wondering if you have thoughts around how you're providing access to students and families who may be navigating poverty, and by opening up broader rather than serving Coos Bay students first and then opening to others, how that impacts the access of students who experience poverty for your school. So that's one question. Second one is, I heard what you said about Chief Ivy and the visitation and the native plants. I'm wondering if you reached out to either of the tribes there on the South Coast, to their tribal councils for input regarding this waiver request or consultation regarding this waiver request specifically. So that's the second question. And the third one, and again, this is for you, Chair Gibson, but maybe Kate Pattison jumps in as well. I just want to be clear on this opportunity for you to sort of reiterate why the school's seeking this waiver request. So my understanding is that students from all of these neighboring districts, North Bend included, do have access to the school as soon as you've met the needs of the families in the district that is sponsoring you in Coos Bay. So it is open to them as soon as those families that wish to come from Coos Bay. And what you're effectively doing with this waiver request is cutting off some of the students from the district that's sponsoring the school from having access, so that more students from outside that district have access. And so just wanting you to reiterate if that's the case, and if so, again, kind of share the why behind that, why the students in the sponsoring district might have less access to this opportunity.
Thank you, Director Gill, for the questions. Access to students of poverty. The South Coast obviously has struggled for some period of time. I moved here in 2006. My business is located in North Bend. The disparity that's posted between North Bend and Coos Bay, I don't see it. I mean, I'm not sure the statistical numbers. I know that when I looked at demographics, when I drove my business in here, there was literally we look at this as a major statistical area. We don't look at the two districts broken up because they are so intertwined with one another. And I'm just speaking from a business standpoint now. When I look at it as the board chair, I somewhat look the same way. in that they're incredibly integrated, except for Bulldogs and Pirates. Every other element of this town is integrated that way. And if you were to take the size of our town and you pair it next to the size of towns, or take the size of the two school districts and pair them next to school districts of equal size, I look at them somewhat as one, in that we are just so interconnected with one another. It's impossible to be separate. And yet, for the purpose of this waiver, we are. And it seems as though the questions that we're getting have the same tenor, I guess. We are looking to serve the population in large, because we think we deliver something that's different in the way of learning. By definition, we are serving a much different look as far as free reduced lunches than what we've looked at ever in the past. It is significantly different than what it used to be. And you're right, I don't know that the numbers, I don't know that they play out. Coos Bay looks much more like 80 to 85% poverty. And there is high levels of poverty in both area. And they're not, there's no winner here. There's no clear winner as it relates to poverty in the area. So serving students of either this area or even further south, which don't fall into the school district between Bandon or Coquille or Myrtle Point, same kind of conditions exist in those locations as well. So the idea, the intent with capping the population from Coos Bay is just an intent to be able to reach out to those communities that have been served in the past that aren't getting access to what it is that we deliver in the form of education. Consultation with the child, that is a great question. I have an incredibly good friend of mine that I've had text with this morning, as late as this morning, kind of discussing what's happening here. And she's provided me with a little bit of information, but not enough statistical information from, and this is specifically the Coquille tribe, but the data of tribal members in North Bend versus Coos Bay, and then this more specifically student age kids in those groups and whether they're banned in those. And so I don't really have that data. She told me that there is that available data for us, but we did talk at length about how we involve the Coquille community, not just the one that sits in Coos Bay, but the Coquille community that exists in North Bend and a significant Coquille community in Myrtle Point, into what it is that we're doing at the school and making a warm, inviting place to meet kids where they are. That's our job. And so I think that's an excellent suggestion, and we'll definitely address both tribes that are in the area to see if there's a way that we could maybe encourage their populations to consider us as a potential destination for education.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. I'm going to move on to Director Colonna's question and then second Vice Chair Wheeler's question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't have questions. I would just like to give some personal opinions. And first of all, I think this is a really important topic and that we need to look at it at a very comprehensive point of view. I think there's a lot of implications that come from our decision, and I appreciate the fact that we have time to really discuss it. Having said that, I want to thank Lighthouse and also the ODE staff presenting the data for us that allows us to really look at the pros and cons and make an informed decision. That's not always a luxury that all decision-making bodies have. And I feel like in every turn that we are making decisions, we are extremely well informed. And I don't take that lightly. And also, Board Chair Gibson, I think that the voluntary role of school board members in a community may be the very most important volunteer role that there is. I very much appreciate the leadership mantle that you've taken on. I appreciate that you're here to dialogue with us. And I very much appreciate the good work that your school has done to many, many students over the 20 years it's been in existence. Having said that, I would like to just share some opinions. And the first one is, I don't believe that there should ever be a cap on enrollment of resident students in a public school district charter. One that is within the district boundaries, when the residents pay property taxes to their resident district and would be denied entry in comparison to students who do not live in the district and whose parents do not pay property taxes. I just can't make that work for me at this time. I also feel uncomfortable about the precedent that this may set to open the door to more charter school residential enrollment caps in the future. It's kind of difficult to allow this to take place and then have a similar request come from another charter school that would like to do the same and deny that in the future. So I think we're really setting the course of how we feel about non-resident students being able to displace resident students within a charter school setting. Currently, public school districts in Oregon do not have the right to deny admission to resident students. They don't have that right now. They cannot do what we're being asked. So in my mind, I wonder why we would allow a district-sponsored public charter school to deny enrollment to their resident students just because they're a charter school. I don't understand that. And ORS 338.125, it does say the current law states all students who reside in the school district in which the public school is located are eligible for enrollment in that public charter school is if space is available. Now, I know and you know that public charter schools have a right to ask our board to waive any charter school provision under ORS 388. So I realize what is being done and what Board Chair Gibson is asking us is legal and possible under the guidance and the provisions in the statutes that we have. But I feel as though the students who do not reside in the school district in which the public school charter is located and who are eligible enrollment in the public school charter school, if space is available, should have a major priority over every other non-resident student. The statute used to indicate that 80% of the charter school's enrollment would be made up of resident students. And so there used to be a 20% allowance for non-resident students to be a part of the public charter school enrollment. But that was amended to the current law that I stated to you. We also have to realize within this school district, there is a high demand for students to be in this school. So the district likes the school, the residents like the school is seen as being successful, and there's a high need for those students to be able to have the spaces. The equity factor, as I listened to the conversation back in December and also read all the data that we were provided, seems to come down to me, and I don't think this is a small thing, seems to come down to me as added bus routes to primarily Native American students who did not have bus routes before. I agree with that. I think that's very good, but I don't see that making this particular request a standout in terms of being made a waiver because of equity. It just isn't powerful enough for me. So what it comes down to me, is parental choice. I think what we're really looking at is more of an opportunity for parental choice than we are overall advancing equity. And during the time that the Lighthouse School was deciding to make the change, I was working as a consultant doing a strategic plan for a little bit over a year with the North Bend School District. And I do realize at that time that the parents who decided that they wanted to move from the North Bend School District to the Coos Bay School District understood the law that is in place right now that prohibits that and would take a waiver. So it was well known in advance that this was a factor, and they were deciding the pros and cons and decided to make the move. Thank you very much for listening to my opinions. I appreciate everybody who's put hard work into this, and I do very much appreciate this school and what it does for students and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Colonna. Second Vice Chair Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair Howard. Also, thank you, Chair Gibson. I do want to say, starting out, the history of the Lighthouse Charter School. I am an advocate and support charter schools. I visited charter schools. I'm a member of the Southwest Oregon Coast, and I know the history of the Lighthouse. And I know the good work and the dedication that Lighthouse Charter School has with the parents. So I want to start off by saying that. I also want to say that part of my work here on the state board is to support the equity lens for the Native American population as a member myself, to really make sure that every decision, everything that comes before us, that we look at it through that lens. When Lighthouse moved to Coos Bay, I think it created such an opportunity to partner with the local tribes and to better reach out and work around planning for the Native population in that area. It's one of the few areas where we just happen to be lucky enough to have two federally recognized tribes in one area. So I think there are a lot of opportunities that we should be discussing or pursuing before we talk about eliminating opportunities for the Native population and opening it up to other populations. And I know that the Lighthouse has not been in Coos Bay district for very long, but I still think this is an opportunity to do some outreach, some consultation with the tribal governments. And I know that we from tribes are always looking and happy when school districts and schools knock on our door. We actually very rarely, in my history as an education director for over 10 years, have only had one school contact me around consultation. And so that's something that I always think about when I listen about how to engage and work better with the communities when it comes to busing enrollment. I do want to fall back a little bit on what Director Colonna was saying about access to students and who can or should be able to go. And I've said this in the leadership team meeting. One thing I would like to advocate for and talk about is Native American students in charter schools. And we are one of the smallest percentages in the school districts overall, as well as especially in the charter school districts. And I think that if we have tribal students that are living on their ancestral homelands, that they should be allowed regardless into any charter school district that's in their homeland. So I'd love to see conversations and centering ourselves in that type of discussion when we talk about charter schools. So I just wanted to add that. I appreciate Chair Gibson bringing up the late Chief Ivy. He was my chief, a good close member of our family, and such an advocate for going out to partner with schools and provide education. And in his legacy, that's what we want to continue to do. We want to continue to be a presence and support curriculum and education and partnership. So I just wanted to extend that. Thank you.
Thank you, Second Vice Chair Wheeler. I'm going to call for a motion, but before that, I would like to remind the board that we are considering this waiver request as it is currently written and presented. So can I get a motion?
Yes, Chair Howard Wade, I move the board approve the waiver request from the Lighthouse School.
Seconded.
We have a motion from Vice Chair Martina Zapata and a second from Second Vice Chair Wheeler to approve the waiver request from the Lighthouse. During roll call, all those in favor will say aye and all those opposed no. And we will turn it over to our State Board of Education Administrator Rosenberg to do the roll.
Director Skurlock.
I have a request. I apologize, and I'm not sure if this is in order. Chair Howard, may I request in this particular case that I vote last? Is that possible?
Director Skurlock, yeah, let's.
Thank you.
You'll excuse and then I'll ask again. Director Russell.
Thank you. I really have mixed emotions about this one, but at this point, I'm prepared to vote no.
Director Colonna.
No.
Second Vice Chair Wheeler.
No.
Vice Chair Martinez Zapata.
No.
Chair Howard Wade.
No.
And Director Skurlock.
No.
All right, so the motion fails, and Kate and Board Chair Gibson, we appreciate your time. And again, I want to echo what Director Colonna said, Board Chair Gibson, about the work that you're doing and the school that you are running, and being a volunteer board member, all incredibly valuable. We thank you for your time today.
Thank you to everyone. I appreciate the time and the opportunity to talk.
Thank you.
So we are going to go ahead, and at this point, we're going to break for lunch. It is 12:30. I am consulting my clock and my time. Director Colonna, before we go to lunch, did you have a question?
Yes, I'm just afraid that we might forget about what Vice Chair Wheeler said on looking at an amendment of some point wherever it would fit in that would recognize the heritage of the Native American people surrounding any given school, that would be an amendment to the decision that we made today, and there would be an allowance for that. So it's just saying, can we in some way, shape, or form be able to consider that at a later meeting? I think it's a really, really good suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Colonna. Thank you very much. Director Skurlock.
Thank you, Chair Howard Wade. I want to thank you for allowing me to vote last. This one was hard for me. And I don't think I've had a vote in a while that has challenged me in multiple layers. And I want to say thank you to Jerry Colonna for bringing up that piece as far as some things in the future that could be adjusted to make it right. So thank you so much for allowing me to vote last.
Absolutely. So if we are breaking it, and thank you everyone for your questions and your comments and for the discussion today on all of our adoptions. When we come back, I'm looking at our administrator Rosenberg because I think we're going to have to make a shorter lunch. So breaking at 12:35, but coming back at 1:20. Yes, okay. So we will come back at 1:20. We are officially on break for lunch. Thank you, everyone. Have a stand up, fluid breaks, go outside, look for the color green in nature and blossoming trees, and we'll see you back at 1:20. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. We're now going to finish up with our last adoption, which is the OSB, oh goodness, Kimberly.
OSSB, Oregon State.
Thank you,
Civil
OSSB. I had to go backwards a little bit in my notes, so thank you very much. We are hearing from we're having an introduction by our Assistant Superintendent, Deb Lang, from the Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, introducing our staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, and greetings to our distinguished State Board of Education, and respect to everyone in your respective positions. Respect to our board chair, Howard Wade, and to our vice chair, Martina Zapata, and of course, recognizing my own boss, Director Colt Gill. Great to see you all. I'm Deborah Lang, the Assistant Superintendent in the Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. And alongside me is our new director, Dr. Laura Lean. I'm so excited. And presenting today is our magnificent team member, Taffy Carlisle, who has worked diligently on the Oregon State Seal of Biliteracy from the infancy stages up until now, which has been about 7 years. So here we stand with one voice, with one final read to you around the Oregon State Seal of Biliteracy and multiliteracy. Taffy will share with you our requests, but there's 4 hopeful outcomes that will come by the approval of this change. Number 1, it will allow students to demonstrate proficiency in 2 or more given languages in order to achieve the biliteracy or multiliteracy state seal. It will level out all languages and show equal importance and value of language spoken by our students. It will align with more current practices and rules already approved by our state school board, and it will recognize the beautiful gift of language and celebrate the multilingualism of students all across the state of Oregon. So with that being said, I am happy to turn it over to Taffy Carlisle.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Lang. Welcome, Director Laura Lean. And good afternoon, Chair Howard Wade, Vice Chair Martina Zapata, Director Gill, and board members. I am so grateful for this time with you for our second read of the proposed rules changes for the Oregon State Seal of Biliteracy. To assist in the timeline for your meeting today, I would like to share with you feedback from the group of stakeholders we engaged with since last we met, the next steps we would like to begin, excuse me, should you adopt these rule changes, and give the majority of time back to you for any questions you may have. As a reminder, we're asking for the following changes: to waive the state ELA summative for the class of 22, to change the criteria of the Oregon State Seal of Biliteracy in the effort to move languages to equal status by not requiring the state ELA summative to earn the seal, and move it to the list of assessment options for students to demonstrate biliteracy or multiliteracy.
And then to also create the Oregon State Seal of Multiliteracy to recognize students who demonstrate proficiency in 3 or more languages. And a reminder, we had 31 students last year who would have qualified for the State Seal of Multiliteracy. Since we met in January, we have had provided our external Seal of Biliteracy work group 2 separate opportunities. They could select one or the other to meet and give us their input. We've also engaged our internal ODE work group as well as the EL Advisory Committee. And from these engagements, we learned that there was a great enthusiasm for the Oregon State Seal of Multiliteracy for putting all languages on equal footing when considering biliteracy or multiliteracy, and the support for districts when implementing programs through the notification form. There were continued several wonderings that we shared, and that were kind of a theme all along. How do we ensure that all districts participate in the biliteracy seal or multiliteracy seal program? What are the measures for evaluation of district plans to communicate about and provide pathways to students to earn the seal of biliteracy or multiliteracy? And then how to build stronger pathways for students on modified diplomas to earn the seal. Our next steps, as we initially lay them out, would be to build guidance and an evaluation plan at the district level on the new rules for statewide communication and improvement of pathways to access the Oregon State Seal of Biliteracy and the Oregon State Seal of Multiliteracy. We would also build promotional materials for the State Seal of Multiliteracy, as this is new. We've begun the process to redesign the logo for the seals of multiliteracy and biliteracy to reflect a more global map or representation per your recommendations from the last board meeting. And then finally to continue to articulate work with HEC and statewide post-secondary schools. I really appreciate your time to hear more about the proposed rules, adoption changes for the Oregon State Seal of Biliteracy and the Oregon State Seal of Multiliteracy. We're eager to begin updating our guidance to districts that will create even more opportunities for students to be recognized by the state for their amazing literacy in multiple languages. I'd like to thank you again, and we are welcoming any questions you may have.
Yes, Student Advisor Weinberg.
Yeah, I just wanted to extend my gratitude for this. I've seen the amount of work that you guys have put into this. And actually, I will be directly affected by this. I will be getting the Seal of Biliteracy. I've been in a Mandarin dual language immersion program for 13 years. And something I saw on the docket that you were looking for is more direct student voice. So I wanted to kind of share my opinion on some of this process. So I really see this work in line with our changing of the standards for graduation from English to language arts. I appreciate the movement away from just thinking that English is the automatic default for Oregon students to know, and recognizing that English is sometimes and many times often second or third language, and that does count as being biliterate in multiple languages. One thing I know PPS is looking at is how to assess or account for heritage speakers who oftentimes are very good at reading and speaking in a certain language, but are sometimes lacking in being able to write and, oh goodness, read in their given language. So we're still trying to work through that and would love some guidance from OD on how to kind of bring that all together.
Thank you, Student Advisor Weinberg. I'm so excited for you. I can't wait to see your name come up through the data collection. And if I could also add congratulations on your scholarship. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments or questions? Yes, Director Skurlock.
Thank you so much, Chair Howard Wade. And thank you so much to the team who worked on this, working on the biliteracy seal. I don't know if I have the words to express how important it is for us to acknowledge multiple languages and to celebrate that as a state. That students know that we see it, we understand the importance of it, and we encourage it, including our native languages. From our indigenous tribes here in the state of Oregon. When I told my students about what the state was doing, it was really exciting. It brings me joy that we are doing great work. This is a part of equity work. This is a part of making things right. And so thank you so much to the team.
Thank you, Director Scurlock.
Superintendent Advisor Sipes.
Wanted to give a quick kudos to Taffy as well. She has been so accessible and helpful. Our district has long had dual language programs, and we've done our own sort of college credit awarding for dual language and biliteracy. However, we have not been doing a very good job with this program at all. And this summer we worked on that and have 2 students who will be receiving that this year, but it's through a lot of help from Taffy. And I'm just really appreciative of the work the ODE staff have done to be accessible, helpful, and to really brainstorm with us. So just thank you. I know we're not the only ones, so thank you.
Thank you, Student Advisor Sipe. It is truly a work of love and is truly a collaborative work. Thank you.
Our next question is coming from, comment is coming from Vice Chair Martinez Zapata.
Yes, just a comment. Thank you, Chair Howard Wade. And more echoing of what has been mentioned already. I really appreciate the continuous improvement on this work to expand and acknowledge and bring in heritage speakers, especially. I want to call back to Student Advisor Jackson's comments and again, ask that we continue to improve on bringing that population in a time when, as you may have heard earlier today, programs that are native language programs are being cut in the state. It makes little sense to have that happen when we have this kind of emphasis in the learning and recognition and accolading of students in their native languages. So really appreciate that. And how do we continue to pay attention to the heritage speaker?
Thank you, Vice Chair Martinez Zapata.
Any other questions or comments for Taffy or for Assistant Superintendent Lang?
Chair Howard Wade,
Right.
Can I just recognize Superintendent Advisor Heidi Sipe? I just wanted to make sure that your title was appropriately said. So I just, out of respect, just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Lang. So if there are no other questions or comments, can I get a motion?
You may, Chair Howard. Let me look at the right screen here before I mess this up also. I move the board adopt the Oregon Seal of Biliteracy Updates, OAR 581021, 0580, and 581021, 0584. I hope I said the numbers correctly.
Seconded.
Chair Howard Wade, I think you're muted.
Talking. So we have a motion from Vice Chair Martinez Zapata and a second from Second Vice Chair Wheeler to adopt the Oregon State Seal of Biliteracy Updates, OAR 581-021-0580 and OAR 581-021-0584. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no, as State Board of Education Administrator Rosenberg calls the roll.
Director Scurlock? I saw the word, but one more time.
Oh, aye.
Thank you. Director Russell,
Aye.
Director Colonna,
Aye.
Second Vice Chair Wheeler,
Aye.
Vice Chair Martinez Zapata,
Hi.
Chair Howard Wade.
Aye. Right, so moved. Thank you, Tassie, and thank you, Assistant Superintendent Lang. So we are now moving back to where we were going to be after lunch. And we will now continue with some charter school related items, but these are first readings. And we will have another presentation from our charter school specialist, Kate Pattison, who will be accompanied by Dr. Marie Balance, who's the principal at Eagle Charter School, on the charter school renewal for Eagle Charter School. And there are others from the charter school, from Eagle Charter School, that are not going to be presenting, but they are online and are available if we have any questions. So just wanting to note that, and we'll go ahead and pass it over to Kate.
Fantastic, thank you. Chair Howard Wade, Vice Chair Martinez Zapata, Director Gill, members of the board. My name is Kate Pattison. I'm the Charter School Specialist at the department, and I'm here today to present the first reading for the Eagle Charter School renewal request. That's always a mouthful. I get a little tongue twisted on that. Eagle Charter School is one of 4 Oregon State Board of Education sponsored public charter schools. Originally approved for sponsorship in December 2010, the school opened in September 2011. Eagle Charter School is currently in its 11th year of operation, serving about 140 students in grades K-5 using a micro-society model. The current charter contract expires on June 30th, 2022. And according to ORS 338-065, Eagle Charter School requested to renew the charter contract with the state board for another 5-year term. Department staff has conducted an evaluation of the school's academic, financial, and organizational performance according to the performance framework included as part of the charter contract. We also worked with an external evaluator for the renewal as agreed upon during the midterm review in 2020. Section 5B of the charter contract requires the board to evaluate the school using the criteria in ORS 338-065 and consider academic performance as the most important indicator of Eagle's success. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic response, Eagle does not have state assessment data from the last 2 school years, making evaluation of academic performance of the school challenging. However, the school has improved in most areas of performance in the last 3 years, and evaluation of the school's pandemic response shows strong performance overall. The statutory renewal criteria asks 5 questions. First, is the school in compliance with ORS 338 and all other applicable state and federal laws? Number 2, is the school in compliance with the charter contract of the public charter school? Number 3, is the school meeting or working toward meeting student performance goals and agreements specified within the charter contract or any other written agreements between the sponsor and the school? Number 4, is the school financially stable and using a sound financial management system? Number 5, is the school in compliance with any other renewal criteria specified in the charter contract? The board must base the decision to renew the charter school on a good faith evaluation of whether the public charter school has met these criteria. To support this determination, the department has reviewed the school's data, received reports from the school each year, conducted annual site visits, and evaluated the school using a performance framework. In your docket, you have a summary of the school's performance over the last, over time, and we've included the evaluator's report for you as well. The school has made improvements with operational performance, ensuring proper plans are in place for serving emergent bilingual students and students experiencing disability. This was an area of concern in prior years that has since been remedied. The school has worked closely with Salem-Keizer School District to serve students with special education needs and to follow all required policies. Eagle has also worked closely with the district to set up their student investment account agreement for funding and activities and receive ESSER funds. And during the last 2 years, the department has not received any complaints from the district or the community regarding Eagle Charter School. Similar to operational performance, Eagle has made improvements in their financial systems. Particularly, the school has updated their internal controls and board oversight to ensure proper accounting practices. In the previous year's audit, Eagle reported a low multi-year cash flow, and the school noted the pandemic response efforts and additional staffing as the cause for this. And the department will continue to monitor the school's financial performance closely to ensure that the single year rating does not persist. And I think it's worth noting that this was typical for many charter schools in this year, that this rating occurred because of the pandemic response. However, as ESSER funds and other funds have been made available, we hope to see this stabilize. I do want to take a few minutes to recognize the really incredible work that Eagle has done in the last 2 years during the pandemic. Each year, I conducted formal visits and informal check-ins with the school. We documented the school's transition initially to distance learning for all, which happened almost immediately before there was even guidance. The school leadership mobilized staff to quickly pivot and began providing the entire academic program and student supports online. The school continued providing remote instruction into the 2021 school year through comprehensive distance learning and finished last year with some in-person learning. Here are some of the highlights from our site visit in April. Eagle Charter School had strong, nimble planning for student supports, for staff, and for families. Staff and families felt like Eagle didn't miss a beat as things shifted in the spring of 2020, the fall of 2020, and then again in the spring of 2021. There was strong team, and there still is. So these things were, and I would say that in many ways, we still see these things being true at the school. There's a strong team and cohesion between teachers and assistants. One teacher even stated, with other teachers in agreement, we are all leaders at Eagle. There is relentless, persistent outreach and engagement with students and families through all of the compounding struggles of the pandemic, the wildfires, and the ice storm, which very much impacted Eagle's community. The school successfully integrated the micro society mission into their distance learning with a focus on community. The school organized regular virtual field trips and the use of technology and used technology to expand student learning. Teachers conducted live lessons, recorded lessons, and provided targeted support in small groups, one-on-ones, and home visits. The school invested heavily in counseling supports for students, staff, and families, and provided counseling support directly to parents and caregivers. The school staff provided strong family communication and timely updates with good use of technology and platforms that the school had already invested in prior to the pandemic, and aided in the school's transition during all of these disruptions. Teachers were available to provide support through a variety of online platforms and office hours beyond regular instructional time. So instructional time wasn't replaced with office hours. Instead, teachers were able to provide additional support outside of regular instructional time. The school transitioned to a more flipped classroom where recorded lessons allow for deeper learning and engagement with students when they are in person, and allow students to rewatch sometimes multiple times if they need that additional support to grasp concepts. And the board also improved its own governance and support to the school through recruiting new board members and participating in OSBA training and development. Something to note that as the school has returned now this year to full-time in-person learning, the school has continued this high level of support to students and families. We haven't seen, in some ways, this increase of support change or shift. It's just slightly modified, but the school is continuing to sustain a high level of support for students and families now that they're back on site. And there haven't been the same level of reported behavioral challenges this year as there were in pre-pandemic years. Much of this is attributed to strong leadership, clear expectations for behavior that were actually supported by COVID-19 mitigation protocols, and an investment in counseling and counseling staff and social emotional supports. I know that attached to the docket were a number of items. One of them is Eagle's actual renewal application that we've asked them to submit. There are also some other reports that include data for your review. One of them, the demographic 3-year comparison, I believe that was one that was produced by Eagle. And we also have the public hearing report. So we conducted a public hearing on February 1st, and Vice Chair Martinez Zapata was able to attend. And we did receive feedback from the community and teachers and families. There were a few students in attendance, one of them spoke, and all of the people who participated in that and submitted written testimony that was attached to your public comment today were all in favor of the school's renewal. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Balance now to do a brief presentation, and then we'll be available to answer any questions that you have.
Good afternoon, Chair Howard Wade, Vice Chair Martinez Zapata, Director Gill, and members of the State Board of Education. I am Dr. Marie Balance, the Executive Director and Principal at Eagle Charter School. Eagle's charter contract is up for renewal in June this year, and we respectfully request that our charter contract be renewed. Eagle Charter School educates kind, caring, capable citizens who grow up empowered to make the world a better place. This is my 4th school year working with this unique and fabulous community, and each year Eagle has grown stronger and thrived in spite of a pandemic that has now impacted 3 school years. In the 2 calendar years since Eagle's last review, we have demonstrated our ability to adapt quickly to the changes brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, provide high-quality education centered on care and connection. Eagle is a valuable school of choice for Willamette Valley elementary students. We have a positive trajectory and will continue to grow and improve and meet the needs of our Eagle community each year. If the State Board of Education grants a charter renewal, we look forward to many increasingly successful years ahead. 5 years ago, Eagle was tasked with improving test scores, attendance, and its financial performance. When I took over in August of 2018, I made changes to improve finances. The staff and I worked collectively with families to improve attendance and test scores, and we were starting to see the fruits of our labor. The onset of the COVID-19 pandemic changed life for everyone. And at Eagle, it allowed us to shine through adversity and prove that Eagle is an excellent elementary school that should continue to serve Oregon families. We have 3 reasons for this. First, Eagle had a rapid and effective response to the COVID-19 lockdown in March of 2020, showing our capabilities as a small school to provide high-quality education centered on care and connection. Late night on March 12th, 2020, Governor Brown called for a temporary lockdown. We thought we had a few hours in one school day to prepare students and families for what we thought would be a couple weeks apart. Briefly extending our spring break, canceling spring parent-teacher conferences. Our staff sprang into action, pulling together activity packets and books and food and snacks to distribute to each family at the end of the school day on March 13th. When the lockdown was extended and we knew we would have to offer what we thought was temporary distance learning, Eagle staff worked together to rapidly build a master schedule that included all of our options, including electives, and distribute technology, curriculum, school supplies, more snacks, and sanitizing supplies to the door of every single family so that we could start our distance learning on March 31st, weeks before many of our local elementary schools. As the weeks stretched to the end of the school year, we made door-to-door deliveries to families every single month through June of that year so that families had a physical, albeit distant, connection to us in addition to their online learning. The following school year, we started comprehensive distance learning. Eagle signed a MOU with Salem Kaiser so that we could hire a special education teacher full-time. We increased our school counselor FTE so that we could include a counselor to specifically support parents. And we restructured our instructional aid time so that they could connect with students directly and provide some of that social emotional support that was so important last year and this year as well. Every student received a handwritten note every single month. We identified families struggling with food insecurity, and our staff delivered food boxes to their doors on their weekends. Students experienced core classes and specials such as PE and music, as well as new electives such as Spanish, made available through Zoom. The school hosted monthly themed drive-through celebrations in the evening after school hours to connect with families in person at a distance and continue building community spirit. Our Eagle Parent Club kept students engaged socially through online play dates, fundraisers, and games. Our micro-society model shifted to a community focus. Eagle hosted guest speakers from around the world to share about their jobs and passions, and we did drives to support community cases and causes, including wildfire relief and supporting pets and animal shelters. As the COVID-19 pandemic brought change after change to the world, Eagle leveraged its small size and capable staff to meet new needs as they arose. This brought us to centering our practice around addressing the social emotional needs and health of our students. This practice was our North Star, leading us to work quickly to meet the needs of the community. Our primary focus on meeting social emotional needs of each individual student, and we kept them connected to school, even though we were online. In order to do this, we started the school year with one-on-one meetings with every teacher and student. Unfortunately, in September 2020, the socially distant yet in-person nature of these meetings had to quickly shift because of the wildfires that threatened our community and caused many of our families and our staff members to evacuate. Through this tense time, our staff continued to ensure the social emotional needs of our families were met. We kept meeting online and over the phone with every single family until everyone was back safely. Later in the year, when the valley was devastated by a severe ice storm and many in our Eagle community were without power for days or in some cases weeks, our staff once again rallied together to reach every single family the first day after the storm, assess their needs, and provide whatever assistance was needed: food, encouragement, connection to resources, or offline tutoring. Parents have praised our initial and continued response to the pandemic, saying, quote, "They were very organized and had excellent open communication compared to our friends in public schools, other schools. Eagle was really on the ball when it came to managing the lockdown. I couldn't have been more pleased with how they handled it," end quote. Or quote, "They did a fabulous job. I never felt like my child was lacking in education and falling behind academically. They adapted and changed teaching methods and systems based on students and how they learned virtually versus in person. They were flexible and encouraged our students to be flexible also," end quote. The second reason why Eagle should be renewed. In addition to our success in responding rapidly and effectively to COVID-19, Eagle has had a successful year in 2021-2022, returning to full-time in-person learning. This year marked our return to that full-time in-person learning, and we took the lessons that we learned during the initial months of the pandemic and applied them in a new way to school to keep our students moving forward. We continue to focus on caring connection for all, from one-on-one meetings with every student and family at the start of the year, to a counselor that provides parenting support, to rigorous implementation of COVID protocols to keep our community safe, and a school discipline system that encourages positive behavior grounded in the principles of love and logic and restorative justice. This year has been very positive and successful. We've promoted a culture of learning that doesn't stop when students are in quarantine or isolation by hiring a part-time teacher specifically to work with students who need distance learning. We've expanded our RTI model to reach a variety of student needs and have shared leadership and decision-making across the staff. Two additional measures of success are our low rate of staff turnover compared to similar schools and our parents who spread the good news about Eagle to their friends. In a year where it is common to hear about the educational difficulties brought about by the pandemic, Eagle has actually seen a smoother and more productive year for our students and families, thanks to the groundwork we laid during our COVID response. Our families see the same thing, saying, quote, "Eagle handles everything well, no matter the situation. They find a way to make it all work and give students the best outcomes for the times we are in and to make it feel as normal as possible," end quote. Or quote, "This community truly cares about its students. They have done so well being back in person learning. They have the highest standards for safety protocols. Each staff member, teacher, and Dr. Balance know each and every student, and they know them. They teach such great values to the kids. These kids are getting an education that affords them life lessons and how to be successful in the future. We need more of that. I wouldn't want my child at any other school, end quote. Our third reason why we should be renewed. We are a valuable school of choice for Willamette Valley Elementary students. Parents choose Eagle for a variety of reasons, the most common being that they want their children to learn valuable life skills in a small school setting where every adult knows and cares about every child. The reputation that we've worked to build over the past few years is one that makes me proud as a member of this community. With a very supportive board of directors, an active parent club, and a committed staff, we have created a school that is focused on the long-term flourishing of students as we prepare them for life beyond elementary school. Excuse me. We frequently hear from parents how much they appreciate our small setting. It often sounds like one family who said, quote, "Everyone knows my child and I know he won't slip through the cracks. He's grown so much at Eagle and thrives in the environment they have provided." Eagle is a strong community that in the past 2 years since our review has literally weathered a catastrophic ice storm. We've endured fires and we've persevered through a pandemic, and we've done it well. We know that there is so much work to be done in every school as we guide our students out of this pandemic and into a brighter future. We ask that Eagle be allowed to continue this work for another charter period. We have been this successful through adversity, and we will continue to improve. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. So my last little bit before we open it for questions, our plan right now is to conduct a site visit on March 31st and April 1st. It'll be a hybrid. We'll do some virtual and some in person, and Corey will pass forward that invitation to all of the board members if you'd like to participate. And then our plan is to bring this back for adoption on April 21st. We'll be continuing on with this process and be able to answer any questions that you have, probably come back prepared at the next board meeting, depending on what your questions are today. And with that, and if you renew, we would then move forward into the process of negotiating a charter contract. So some of the pieces we ask for in the renewal application talk about what are your plans for the future. Those aren't necessarily subject to the renewal process and criteria, but they're very much of interest if we move forward with a renewal and get into contract negotiations. So some of those things may or may not be part of the decision-making process of where we find ourselves now in the renewal. So with that, we're available to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you, Dr. Balance and Kate. That was a very thorough review of where you are at this moment in time, but also what you've weathered and what you've accomplished. So thank you very much. Oh, and look, we've got 2 questions straight out of the gate. We have Vice Chair Martina Zapata and then Director Russell.
Thank you, Chair Howard Wade. And thank you so much. I really also echo what Chair Howard Wade has said about the work that you've put into improvement, addressing issues that have had shown up in the past. So lots of work that you've done and fantastic work and progress that shows. I would like to see, in addition to this, some concrete plans to address your diversity, which is one of the pitfalls of charter schools, as I see. And one of my great issues with charter schools is that very thing, that they can become challenging in that regard very quickly. So I appreciate, I see the emphasis in your mission statement, in your core values to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I'd like to see some concrete steps that you're taking towards those, towards that mission and core values. Some objectives, some goals, and some steps that will show progress in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Colonna and then Director Scurlock. Director Russell and then Director Scurlock.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just have a quick, first I want to congratulate Eagle on the tremendous progress that they have actually made since we, a number of years ago, raised some questions and asked them to do some things. And they seem to really be on track with making things happen, and appear to have done a great job doing the last couple of years of the pandemic. So congratulations. I would also agree with Vice Chair Martinez Zapata that still some room to work on with respect to diversity, but from the numbers I remember 3-4 years back, there seems to be some progress that has been made, and I know you all have been making efforts in that way. The one area that I still have some concern about, and you've pointed it out several times, is the future and ongoing financial resources, and the reliance on the state and what other possibilities you have in terms of ensuring the financial integrity of the program as you move forward. And just want to point that out and know that you've been working hard on it, but it appears in your report that it continues to be a concern for you. So I want to at least get that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Scurlock.
Hi, thank you, Chair Howard Wade, and thank you so much for the presentation, Kate Pattison, and also Dr. Marie Balance. I also want to say thank you for the work that you've done on behalf of students and families. My concern is I admit, is the same as what was referenced by Vice Chair Guadalupe Martinez Zapata and Director George Russell, is really around diversity. And sometimes one of the things that's come up in conversations, and then also just not only at the state level, but at the national level, is that people talk about the importance of seeing diversity, more diversity being present. And but when they look at the data, they're always concerned about the lack of representation. And so it's not just an Eagle charter thing, it's a conversation across the nation around our charter schools intentionally or unintentionally becoming exclusive in different ways, and what are they going to do to intentionally address those issues. And so those are some of my concerns, but thank you so much for the great report.
Thank you. Director Russell, do you have a follow-up question?
No, I've got to remember to lower my hand. Thank you.
No worries, it's that kind of day. If we don't have any other questions or comments, thank you, Kate. Thank you, Dr. Balance, and the whole Eagle team. That's the last item on today's agenda. Today's agenda in regards to first reading. And we are now going to move on to an informational report. And so we will, we have two directors. We have Director Ken Greenbaum, who will introduce the staff that will be presenting on a remote learning program quality standards update. So I will turn it over to you, Director Greenbaum.
Thank you, Chair Howard Wade, Vice Chair Martinez Zapata, Director Gill, members of the board, student and other advisors. For the record, my name is Ken Greenbaum. I am the Director of Digital Learning and Well-Rounded Access at ODE. Thank you for having us here today to provide an update on the remote learning program quality standards, and I will let my colleagues introduce themselves.
Hello, it's good to be here again, still with you today. For the record, my name is Kate Pattison. I am the Charter School Specialist at ODE.
Good afternoon. My name is Allie Ivy, and I'm the Digital Learning Program Specialist at ODE.
During our time together today, we will provide an update on the engagement process thus far that has led to our current draft of remote learning program quality standards, highlight a few of the standards, and speak to next steps. We want to begin by briefly reviewing some working definitions and context. First, when we say remote learning, we are including program and model types where the student and the teacher are not in the same physical location for more than half of the student's instructional time. This may include virtual instructional models where most or all of the instruction occurs online, as well as other instructional models that do not use the internet, but where the student and teacher are in different locations. Second, our overall goal for this work is to identify program quality standards and policies to ensure the development and implementation of remote learning schools that support equitable opportunities and outcomes for all students, especially those students historically and systemically marginalized. And as we discussed during our presentation in December, there are several reasons for this work at this particular time. First, Oregon's online and remote schools have over a decade of outcomes that have shown disparities between virtual and non-virtual schools. Secondly, the COVID-19 pandemic has also demonstrated a need for this work, given that students across Oregon were catapulted into remote learning and the need for alignment across policies for remote learning became more evident. Thirdly, a 2017 Secretary of State audit provided recommendations and called for, quote, enhanced state monitoring and support and more robust district oversight, end quote, of online schools in an effort to improve results for students in online schools. Even though these needs were identified in 2017, we see that these concerns are still present today, and we know that remote options continue to play an important role in supporting students and families in accessing learning. Lastly, the continued growth in remote programs in schools and enrollment over time, especially the rapid growth we are seeing now, is an important reason for doing this work in this moment.
Before we dive into the standards, we want to share some data about virtual schools in Oregon. This chart highlights the growth in the number of full and focus virtual schools over time, with data showing the number of virtual schools doubling during the last 5 years, with the most growth within district virtual schools. During the 21-22 school year, there were a total of 56 full and focus virtual schools, with 36 district virtual schools and 20 of those being virtual public charter schools. These data do not capture every remote school or program, but they do provide, they do include all of those schools that identified as full or focus virtual based on a federal definition that we use in Oregon, which is centered on the use of internet-based online instruction. So these charts highlight those schools that offer a full-time online model or a hybrid model that relies heavily on online instruction. This chart highlights the growth in enrollment over time, showing the majority of virtual school enrollment has been within virtual public charter schools. But as you can see, both district and virtual charter schools have seen significant growth since 2017. For example, enrollment in full and focus virtual schools has almost doubled since 2017, with the total enrollment for the 21-22 school year at 25,029 students. And you can see that virtual public charter school enrollment decreased slightly this year, but district virtual school enrollment increased by over 2,000 students from last year to this year. Again, it's important to note that this data only reflects those students in full-time schools, full-time virtual schools. And it does not include a comprehensive data of all the students who may be served remotely, which we know to be a much larger number, since many of the newer online and remote schools models that are being established are actually district programs and not standalone schools. And this limitation in the current data and reporting really makes it hard for us to capture and talk about the students and schools at a state level. Establishing clear standards and policies for remote learning is critical to set the foundation for high quality remote learning across Oregon. This is especially important given the proliferation of remote schooling, with many new programs being developed by educators new to remote and online learning, and the disparities of outcomes of such models over time. Currently, Oregon does not have a clear policy framework for online and remote learning. And there are gaps in some policies, and for many policies that do apply to these models, it is not always a clear translation to the remote learning landscape. This has created an environment where new schools and programs are being developed rapidly with a wide degree of compliance with current policies and without clear expectations for quality. Based on this continued growth and Oregon's lack of clear policy framework for remote learning, we have started researching online learning quality standards across the country to help us understand the process that other states have undergone to support high quality remote learning. We are looking primarily at the work being done in Colorado and Minnesota. And these states have identified quality standards, and Minnesota has an evaluation and support process, which includes self-evaluation for both schools and online school authorizers. Our team is also cross-referencing our work with the national standards for quality online learning. We believe that adopting program quality standards will set expectations for quality and set the expectations for quality remote and online school design and implementation, as well as set the foundation for a system of support and accountability that will satisfy the additional oversight called for in the Secretary of State audit.
Since we last gave the board an update, our team has continued listening to and seeking feedback from partners, narrowing the focus from the opportunities and challenges of remote learning broadly to feedback on multiple drafts of the remote learning program standards themselves. This has included input on both the language and scope of the standards, as well as implementation. We plan to continue with engagement during spring with additional insight on the standards from student advisory groups, as well as families, and we are currently in the process of identifying ways in which to increase student voice, including participation on the Remote Learning Advisory Committee. Additional engagement will come in the form of student and family surveys. However, these surveys will focus more broadly on experiences within remote learning settings rather than feedback on the standards. And today we are pleased to present the draft standards we have developed on the basis of input and feedback from district administrators, ESD employees, school administrators and teachers from virtual charter schools, non-virtual charter schools, and district operated online schools and programs, education partners, and the Remote Learning Advisory Committee. We are continuing to engage various groups, most recently engaging educators for feedback at the COSA English Learner Alliance Conference, with additional engagement planned with statewide student advisory groups. These standards are intended to bring focus to design elements that are critical to attend to within remote and online schools and programs. They do not represent all of the requirements for remote and online schools and programs in Oregon. Rather, they are intended to work in concert with rule, statute, and systems of accountability and support to ensure high quality remote learning with a focus on student learning and experience. The standards are organized by 6 pillars, which include the following. Pillar number 1, leading and designing for equity. Pillar number 2, school culture and student services and supports. Pillar number 3, teaching, learning, and assessment. Pillar number 4, family and community engagement and partnerships. Pillar number 5, high quality instructional materials. And pillar number 6, equitable access to learning pathways. Nested within each pillar are several standards. We will not read through all of the standards today, but you should have them in your board materials. Instead, we will provide some examples from the standards and discuss how they align to feedback, themes from engagement, and key design principles.
Our first examples speak to what remote schools or programs should be most attuned to in their design and instruction. For example, Standard 1.2, the school or program meets all state and federal requirements for appropriate staffing and instructional time and prioritizes teacher-student interaction through scheduling, instructional design, considerations regarding student-teacher ratio, and use of synchronous and asynchronous instruction. Standard 2.2, the school or program has equity-oriented operational plans for responsive monitoring and support for student learning, belonging, and well-being. And Standard 4.1, the school or program has clear systems and methods of communication based on the program model that informs students and families of various key aspects of the program, which you can see listed below.
Throughout engagement sessions, both during the fall and winter, ensuring a positive student learning experience continued to rise as a priority. Examples of standards that focus on this priority include Standard 2.1, the school or program provides access to comprehensive counseling. Standard 2.4, the school or program provides opportunities to develop authentic and meaningful connections with peers and adults, both within and outside of the school community. And Standard 2.6, the school or program values students' funds of knowledge and creates an affirming learning environment that promotes student sense of agency and purpose.
These standards are examples highlighting the importance of teaching, learning, and assessment specific to a remote learning environment. Examples from the standards include Standard 3.2. The school or program has instructional practices and assessments designed for purposeful online and/or remote pedagogies that support all students with particular attention to students who are historically and systemically marginalized. Standard 3.7, the school or program has strategic and sustained professional learning opportunities and teacher evaluation based on established professional standards for online and/or remote pedagogies. And Standard 3.9, the school or program has training for staff, students, and families on digital civics and digital citizenship, which includes internet safety, student data privacy, and cybersecurity.
And the standards on this slide respond to the Secretary of State audit recommendations, along with engagement feedback regarding the need to create consistent accountability structures. The standards include Standard 1.1, the school or program has a governance and organizational structure that supports equitable access and outcomes for all students. Standard 1.3, the school or program uses an equity lens when engaging in planning and continuous improvement aligned for student success. And Standard 5.1, the school or program has a robust and highly collaborative process of review that is aligned to state requirements for instructional materials adoption.
Throughout our engagement sessions, providing students with a well-rounded education was named as a priority. Standards illustrating this priority are Standard 6.2. The school or program has well-rounded learning opportunities, including but not limited to STEM, STEAM, the arts, extracurricular activities, field trips, dual credit opportunities, and clubs. And Standard 6.3. The school or program provides college and career readiness pathways, opportunities for career technical education, and support for post-secondary success and readiness. While these provide only a snapshot of the standards, we are happy to speak to any others about which you have questions.
The current standards cover a wide array of programmatic requirements from statute, administrative rule, and agency policy. As the department articulates the program quality standards, the next question is to determine how the standards will be rolled out and where accountability will be held. The department is currently exploring options for rulemaking and legislative concepts. And whether in rule or statute, the standards will require a well-communicated, highly supportive, phased-in approach to implementation to ensure schools and districts can design or modify programs to ensure high-quality remote and online instruction for students. We currently envision the remote and online learning standards being integrated into rules or statute, along with a framework of guidance, tools, and support for districts and schools. Right now, we are working on a plan to bring these standards back to the board for further review and adoption as early as this spring. This would then include a phased-in process for schools to implement them over time. And we'll continue to engage with our partners and educators and then share back to the board what we learn from that engagement.
With that, we would be happy to answer any questions and ensure we know from you what would be most helpful for us to bring to the board in the future to tell the story of remote learning in Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken and Kate. And let's see, we have, and Director Greenbaum, excuse me. Thank you, Director Greenbaum, Ali, and Kate. Do we have any questions or comments? Yes, Director Scurlock.
I thank you so much to your, thank you so much, Chair Howard Wade, and thank you so much to the team who gave you the presentation. So thank you, everything, I loved all the information. My only concern, and this is something I'm kind of curious about, when it comes to remote learning, what are the strategies that you have to address issues around cheating, plagiarism, things in that regard with students in general?
Chair Howard Wade, Director Scurlock, thank you for that question. And I'll certainly open it to Ali or Kate to offer some ideas and thoughts here around some approaches to that. I think the design of the standards is to ensure that schools are designing to think about that and how like a culture is built, where we would address and think about those pieces and build those school cultures in a remote setting in a way that we would think about that perhaps in any school model around what do we value, how do we talk and communicate with students, but also what is unique to a remote setting, and are there policies and practices in place that would be, you know, perhaps unique to each school or program to address that. So I know I will toss it to perhaps Allie or Kate with any like specific strategies to speak to, but that is something that we're hoping to, you know, be a part of the process of school design that the standards speak to. And if they don't, we're very open to that feedback as we continue to iterate in these standards in terms of if there are pieces that we have not captured yet to include. Allie or Kate, I don't know if you have anything to that. Okay, I'm seeing thumbs up. Does that answer your question, Director Scurlock?
Yes, but but maybe I should add a little something. As you know, there have been issues around cheating because of digital learning. Students taking snapshots of the screen, sharing it with a friend, doing things like that. And it actually has impacted some assessments. This is one of the reasons why AP is requiring that students who are taking the AP English Language and Composition class, which I teach, that they do it in pen and paper to do the assessments because of some of the issues that have come up. And I will be honest with you, some of my students have shared their concerns around this topic, just you know, using computers in general. Some of the things that come up: a kid misses a test, they can connect with another kid. Oh, what was on the test? And then they go in and take their test. And so it is something that is a serious issue because it impacts the integrity of education. And my hope is that there will be a plan in place. I know we're using turnitin.com, but even then, you know, and that does help. At our school, our district did finally purchase the program, but it is a really serious topic. And as my students share with me information, I am amazed, not that they're brilliant, because I knew they were brilliant, but I am amazed at how students know what to access and how to get around things when it comes to using technology. So I just want to put that in the space because we were addressing that very issue this past week. And so just to put that in, again, I'm a supporter of these programs, but it is an issue that has to be addressed. Thank you so much.
And Chair Howard.
Thank you, Director Scurlock, for that add. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Director.
Director Scurlock, I just wanted to appreciate the feedback. And as we take this current draft, we'll take a deeper look at where we have or haven't addressed that particular issue. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Superintendent Advisor Sipes.
Just a huge appreciation for the work that's going into this and that has gone into this thus far. This has been a long time coming. And one of the things that I was really thankful to see is that you're acknowledging the various pieces of education that matter: counseling services, nutrition services, all those things that are happening in brick and mortar schools that aren't necessarily happening in an online charter, yet there's no funding differential considered for that. And so then where do those additional funds go to make sure they're towards kids? Well, wait a minute. So just guaranteeing those quality programming. I'm not anti-online charter school at all, but I am very concerned about the difference in quality and the difference in funding for that quality and how those funds are then used. And so I love to see the emphasis on quality, the emphasis on really rigorous standards to make sure that we are offering the very best opportunities for Oregon students across the board, no matter which educational choices they're making. And I can see the commitment that you have in the work that you've done so far. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. ODE Director.
Thanks, Chair Howard. Wade, I wanted to do two things. So first, I wanted to address some questions that came up during the presentation and invite the team to jump in on these as well. But there were questions that came up around, Kate, when you were presenting the data around the number of students who are now attending online schools, the full versions and programs that exist in districts, and also tied that to whether these jumps in enrollment in these programs demonstrate possibly where we're seeing enrollment drops in our other school system, our brick and mortar system. And that shift is true. So clearly what Kate shows a movement of student enrollment from brick and mortar systems increasing in our online programs, whether they're full online schools or online programs that are offered by districts. Both of those things are true. But in our overall enrollment counts for school districts at the district and school level and for the state level, those students are all captured. They're all still public school students. And through the reporting processes that public schools, charter schools, and otherwise go through, they're all captured. So they don't account for the students, the enrollment drop that we've seen statewide in Oregon or in specific districts. Recently, there's been discussions around Portland Public Schools and the enrollment drop there. Those students don't account for that drop because they are captured in our numbers. We do think that there are a higher number of families that have chosen homeschooling during the pandemic. There are most of our enrollment drop is in kindergarten, first and second grade. And we have been experiencing in Oregon a decrease in birth rates that in the early learning system and beginning to enter the K-12 system. So we are seeing a decline in enrollment for that reason as well. And there may be families who have moved out of the state during the pandemic that we're not capturing anymore in our enrollment. So that's one thing I wanted to capture. Again, Kate, Ken, team, if there's any others that anything else, Allie, that you want to add to that, feel free to jump in. Before you do though, I wanted to call out one other item just to the board that this team and another team through Director Farley that are leading the engagement on Senate Bill 744. I just want to say these two teams have done incredible work to engage statewide with very diverse groups of individual students and families and educators and communities on two really important topics to the state of Oregon. And I think that Deputy Director Urbina and I need to come and share back with you sometime soon the models for engagement that we're creating for the agency. I just want to hold these two up as exemplars. They've literally, across the two of them, worked with hundreds and hundreds of folks statewide to get a lot of really rich input into these processes that help to inform you as you go through your decision making. And then finally, wanted to let you know that we are connecting regularly with the legislature on this topic as well to try to determine the best route forward, whether that's rule created by you, statute created by the legislature, or some of both. So again, Allie, Ken, Kate, anything to add to the enrollment question?
No, thank you, Director Gill. We'll just add that the virtual, full and focused virtual enrollment as a percentage of statewide enrollment, has decreased slightly over the past year in the same way, proportion. I don't know if it's exactly proportionally, but we've seen similar movement as a percentage of statewide enrollment as well. It hovers just under 5%. So just reinforcing that. And just wanted to echo the appreciation for the educators, the members of the Remote Learning Advisory Committee, and all those who have really been a part of pushing our thinking and asking important questions and contributing to this process, the standards and beyond. So just want to echo that appreciation.
Thank you very much, Director Greenbaum. Thank you, Allie. Thank you, Kate. If there are no other questions, then we will let you all go and to move on to our director's report with ODE Director Gill.
Okay, thanks again, Chair Howard-Wade. And I will do a short report for you today, focusing on just two topics, and of course, welcome any questions you have. I had a third topic, which is related to the pandemic and how we're currently operating under COVID-19 as we're moving through this new shift in the pandemic and the optional mask policy. But I think all of that is in the slides that are in Board Book, and I think I'll submit that as a written report and invite any of you who have questions about any of that to contact me directly. And I want to focus first on a student celebration. Some of you brought student celebration into your opening comments, and I just wanted to call out that we had a student at the Oregon School for the Deaf, Trayshawn Holmes Gormana, named the champion of the statewide school poetry slam contest, and wanted to share one of his award-winning presentations with you.
Cage Bird by Maya Angelou.
Thanks.
Cage Bird.
Okay, thank you for that. The other thing I want to share with you is we just are out of the legislative session for 2022, some updates from that session. So I'll walk through these pretty quickly as well. In even numbered years, we have the short session. So it's a 35-day legislative session. During that session, the Department of Education or any department, we don't introduce bills through the governor's office like we do in the longer session. They aren't typically, these sessions are not typically intended for large new policy ideas to be introduced. They are usually geared towards fixing issues that are identified in implementation or program changes. Sometimes there are meetings to lead up to a larger issue in the 23 session and the following session. But there are bills that pass still that impact us in education, and there were a number of bills considered this session. Some that are of note was House Bill 4026. This provided grants to those wildfire impacted school districts. This is a bill that the governor's office and the Department of Ed both advocated for. So this allows for about $12.5 million each biennium to support these school districts that were impacted by the wildfires. This supports them through their enrollment stability process, as many of their students and families and staff lost homes in the wildfires. This allows them to continue to serve students at a high quality level until things get rebuilt and families begin to return to those communities. And then House Bill 4031. This one, while we don't get to introduce bills in the short session, we were really thankful to be able to work with the chair of the House Education Committee, Representative Alonzo Leon, on this bill. So this bill added the Oregon Department of Ed to the Educator Equity Act. This holds ODE accountable to the same goal that the state has set for school districts and ESDs. And we really felt this was important because the Department of Education is the most direct organization that related to education that the legislature funds and holds accountable. So that Educator Equity Act goal is that the percentage of diverse educators employed by a school district or an education service district needs to reflect the percentage of diverse students in the public schools of the state, or the percentage of the diverse students in that district. So for us, we would be held to the statewide standard. Now, 3 years ago, I set that goal as the first of 3 hiring principles for the Department of Education. And 3 years ago, about 16% of our staff were identified as people of color. At the last formal review since implementation of our hiring principles, we were at 21.3%. So we've made a 5 percentage point gain over the last 3 years, which is good, still not matching our student demographics. However, our executive leadership team, many of you whom you present in front of you, does include 40% people of color, which does line up with our current student population. and 73% are women leaders, which aligns to the educator workforce, and also does not align to the education leadership workforce. So this is important, I think, as well. So while we are outpacing the diversification of statewide educator workforce, we're about double the percentage of educators in Oregon that are culturally or linguistically diverse. We still have a long way to go to meet the goal that the state has set for our school districts and ESDs overall. And having this codified in law will help to make sure that this remains a goal of the agency, regardless of who the director is or who is seated on the state board. So I think that's important for us. House Bill 4091 was the Pacific Islander Native Hawaiian Student Success Plan and Advisory Group. This was also one that the agency advocated for. It did not end up passing as a separate bill, but I will talk about it in the next slide. It did get moved into another bill and was supported. So we will be setting up a Pacific Islander Native Hawaiian Student Success Plan, similar to our plans for African American Black student success, Latino, Latinx, and Indigenous peoples of Central and South America, and our American Indian Alaska Native plans. This will line up with those. And we're really excited to get that work started through our Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. And then, Frank, this one I'm really disappointed around. So House Bill 4099 is the Racial Justice Youth Collaborative. So this is an effort that we have tried multiple sessions now to develop a statewide student voice group that could inform policy decisions made by you all, made by the governor's office, made by legislature and other bodies like the Racial Justice Council, so that they could hear student voice in their decision-making. We will continue to push for this and try to understand what's holding this back in the legislature. We had great champions. Representative Alderama was the leading legislative champion this session, and we'll continue to work with her and others to make sure that we can move this forward and get more student voice in our statewide decision-making. Probably the largest bill of the session is the budget bill. House Bill 5202 did create some new positions for the Department of Education to help with our procurement team. This has been much needed for many years, but really stood out this year as we're moving more federal and state funds through the department out to community partners and school districts and early learning programs and youth development programs across the state. And I have to say that our, at the time that this proposal was developed, our director of procurement was instrumental in helping us define and develop the rationale for this request. And so I'm really happy that that made it through. And then we also received some Educator Advancement Council positions that are much needed and some additional support for our regional educator networks in relation to the EAC. This is also where the legislature funded another $150 million this summer for summer learning and enrichment. Some of those funds go directly to school districts. $50 million of those funds go to the Oregon Association of ESDs that will then be subgranted out to community-based organizations focusing on culturally specific and tribes and other organizations to provide summer enrichment to youth across the state of Oregon this summer. And then, like I said, the Pacific Islander Native Hawaiian Student Success Plan and a few other technical adjustments. There were a few other bills that passed. The continued work to transition the Early Learning Division to its own Department of Early Learning and Care continues to move forward. They received a little bit more funding and more direction around how to go through that process. We will continue to support that process from the Department of Ed as well. There is an important educator workforce bill, House Bill 4030. This provides around $100 million to school districts to support recruitment and retention of educators, of licensed educators, and also some funds for supporting substitute teachers and educational assistants who are paying for their own training and professional learning to help support them as well. A couple of bills around assessment. So there's a bill, House Bill 4124, that creates a survey of district assessments so that we can have a better understanding of all the assessments that are underway in school districts across the state of Oregon. And then Senate Bill 1583 makes an attempt to minimize assessments. So it will require the Department of Education to seek a waiver from the U.S. Department of Education for statewide summative assessments. The U.S. Department of Education is not accepting those waivers at this time, but statutorily we will make that request. It also asks us to minimize or go to the minimum level of assessment for those, and we currently do that. We only have statewide assessments in the grade levels and subject areas that are required, and we have the smallest footprint of all of the states in the country that use the Smarter Balance system. So I think that we're meeting the requirements of this bill already, but we'll codify that as well. There's a superintendent's protection bill that went into place. This helps superintendents around the state to make sure that if they are removed from their positions with immediacy, that there is cause for that. It also directs local school boards that they cannot direct a superintendent to act outside the laws of the state of Oregon. And then there was an education omnibus bill that has a number of issues, both in mostly technical adjustments in K-12 and higher education. And it had a few more provisions related to the Menstrual Dignity Act that we've been working through and you passed policy around, and then some support for our youth corrections and juvenile detention education programs as well. We are currently working on implementation of all of these bills. So we're assigning them out to various staff. We're beginning hiring for some of these positions and look forward to implementing them. And we will likely be bringing policy forward to you all for consideration as well as these move forward. With that, I have one more thing I'd like to do and then answer any questions. And I'm not sure if he was still able to stay through this time or what his meetings were, but I wanted to also take a minute to introduce to you Kai Turner. Kai, oh, there he is. So he just came on video for you. So Kai Turner is our new Assistant Superintendent of the Office of Finance and Information Technology. You all remember Rick Krager in that position. So I just wanted to take a minute to introduce Kai. Kai came to us first. He's came to us from employment at the state of Utah, but he came to us first as our procurement director, the person that I mentioned in my presentation that helped us rationalize the need for procurement staffing to help make our procurement more efficient for all of our partners across the state. So really appreciate his efforts there, and I'm really excited to welcoming him into the assistant superintendent position. And thanks, Kai, for joining us. And then Chair Howard Wade, any questions that we can answer?
I do not have any questions. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Director Scurlock does.
All right, thank you so much, Chair Howard Wade. Thank you so much, Director Gill. Quick question, you mentioned the opportunity, the bill, I want to make sure I have the number right. Is it the Educator Workforce Bill? How much money was set aside to help with the retention, hiring and retention of educators and programs and things in that order?
Yes, so that's House Bill 4030. It's the Educator Workforce Bill, came from Senator Dembro and Representative Alonzo Leon, partnered on that. There's about $100 million altogether in that bill. The recruitment and retention portion of it, which has funds that go directly to school districts and ESDs and to membership organizations, personnel membership organizations like the Oregon School Personnel Association, is about $78 million that will be distributed.
Okay, 78 million. And is that connected connected to pathways? I was hearing something about something pathways. There's some interviews going on with potential educators, and I didn't know if that was connected to that. It was happening this week. Something with pathways, and they were trying to get people to finish their college program to become educators. Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was connected.
Yeah, so there are a few different pathway programs in Oregon. So my guess is that this one is related to the work at the Educator Advancement Council. So they have a pathways program that does support especially culturally and linguistically diverse potential educator candidates, teacher candidates, and administrator candidates, support them through their university work to get their license and degrees. And so that is separate, although this will be guided through partnership with the Educator Advancement Council. So Dr. Mateer, the executive director there, and some of her staff is working with the team at the Oregon Department of Ed. So we'll be at the Department of Ed, will work on the distribution side, and the Educator Advancement Council will help districts with the best use of these funds and create some matrices for how we can get the most out of the $78 million to both address some of the shortages that we have in the educator workforce and address the retention issues, and maybe most importantly, continue to diversify the educator workforce.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. That was a good question. Any other questions or comments? Right. Well, Director Gill, thank you very much for a brief but impactful report from the Director's Office at ODE. And if there are no other questions or comments, we have reached the end of today's agenda. We did it 10 minutes early. I thank everybody for their participation today, for conversation, par normal, always very thoughtful and reflective, with centering our students and our student voices. We want to say a welcome and a thank you to Kai. I'm seeing all the comments that are coming up, and so want to make sure that acknowledge we say those out loud. We are happy to have you. Welcome to Oregon, and glad that you could join us today. And for all of us that are publicly online with us, thank you for joining in observance of this conversation and for your public comments. And we will be officially adjourned. And our next meeting, can't adjourn yet. Our next meeting is April 21st. So we will see you then. Now we are officially adjourned.